By early evening on September 1st, 1892, the worst of the storm had passed, and Lake Superior was finally calm. At the Whitefish Point life-saving station, after a bit of cleanup, life had returned to its normal rhythms when the men heard a feeble knock at the station's door. They found an exhausted man, shivering, wet, and nearly dead. Harry Stewart was a wheelsman on the freighter Western Reserve, the first steel-hulled bulk carrier on the Great Lakes. He told them that the freighter was gone. Of the 27 people on board, he was the only one that managed to survive. It's hard to imagine the sheer pace of change the Great Lakes experienced in the latter half of the 19th century. With the opening of the Soo Locks in 1855 and the explosion in demand for iron ore, the lakes offered a unique opportunity for progress and fortune. Profit was only limited by the size of cargo ships could carry. For decades, the lakes were dominated by package freighters, designed to carry a variety of general goods. But bulk cargo freighters offered better profits. Simplicity was key, with a raised pilot house and cabins in the bow, and engines and crew spaces in the stern, all bookending a boxy hull designed to carry as much cargo as possible. These designs weren't complicated. They were underpowered and vulnerable to heavy weather. But they were cheap to build, easy to operate, and efficient to load and unload. The first of these bulk freighters was the R.J. Hackett, launched in 1869. Numerous similarly designed ships followed soon after, each larger than the last. But their wooden hulls limited their size and speed. Competition was fierce, and owners were demanding larger, faster, and more economical vessels. Iron was becoming a viable alternative to the wooden-hulled ships designers and mariners relied on for centuries. At first, ship owners were hesitant to embrace the new designs. But iron, and eventually steel, facilitated larger, faster, and stronger ships, capable of carrying ever larger cargoes and yielding ever larger profits. At the same time, the once seemingly endless supply of old-growth timber that produced sturdy and reliable wooden hulls was rapidly depleting. In 1881, the first iron-hulled freighter, the Brunswick, entered service. But she sank after colliding with a schooner on Lake Erie only a few months into her career, killing 3 sailors. But this deterred no one. In February 1882, the Iosco was launched by the Globe Iron Works Company in Cleveland, Ohio. This time, despite some initial skepticism, iron proved a success. The Iosco served as the blueprint for the next generation of lake freighters. Less than a decade later, iron was phased out in favor of a stronger and more reliable material: steel. From an early age, Captain Peter G. Mensch was fascinated by ships. The son of a shipping magnate, he took to the lakes at just 14 years old and quickly rose through the ranks. He captained a number of vessels before his father's death in 1887 prompted his retirement from the lakes in order to take over the family business. He was always fascinated by new technologies and keenly interested in building out his fleet of bulk carriers with the finest ships possible. His father had been an investor in the Iosco and managed several other ships that followed the new design. Impressed by the success of iron hulls, Mensch was eager to take the next step. In 1890, he commissioned a new bulk freighter labeled Hull No. 9 at the Cleveland Shipbuilding Company in Cleveland, Ohio. The new ship would be the first lake freighter to feature a steel hull. Minch took an active role in its design and construction. Launched on August 20th, 1890, the Western Reserve was one of the largest freighters on the lakes at the time, coming in at 2,392 gross registered tons. She measured 300 feet 7 inches or 91.6 meters in length, with a beam of 41 feet 2 inches or 12.55 meters. She was powered by a 3-cylinder triple expansion engine that produced 1,200 shaft horsepower, capable of achieving a 12-knot service speed. The new ship cost $200,000 to build. Her impressive speed at the time earned her the nickname the Inland Greyhound. She was widely considered one of the finest and safest vessels on the lakes when she sailed her maiden voyage on October 6, 1890. It seemed clear that the Western Reserve was a model for future lake freighters. No one could have predicted that her time on the Great Lakes would prove tragically short. Before the Western Reserve was even completed, lumber merchants William H. Gilcher, Randall E. Shuck, and Joseph C. Gilchrist placed an order at the Cleveland Shipbuilding Company for a vessel nearly identical to the Western Reserve. Laid down on August 1890, the same month that the Western Reserve was launched, hull number 10 was a carbon copy of the ship that had just left the slipway. Despite the large crowds that had gathered to watch the great new ship enter the water, she was launched on December 18, 1890, without a name or christening, something that some would regard an unlucky omen. She wouldn't be given a name until March 1891, just over a month before she entered service. Named W. H. Gilcher after one of her owners, she sailed her maiden voyage on May 13, 1891. The two ships, while serving different companies, were generally thought of as sister ships. From the moment they entered service, they each delighted their owners and served as the blueprint for future ships, each one slightly larger than the last. On one of her first voyages, the W. H. Gilcher broke a record for the largest cargo of wheat transported in a single voyage. 113,885 bushels carried from Chicago to Buffalo. While the Gilcher carried a variety of bulk cargoes, the Western Reserve carried iron ore and achieved a number of impressive hauls. Peter Minch was immensely proud of his flagship. He never quite liked his desk job managing his fleet of bulk freighters, and he took any chance he could to get out on the lakes. One of these opportunities presented itself in late August 1892. The Western Reserve was scheduled to sail from Cleveland to Two Harbors, Minnesota, where she would pick up a load of iron ore. The summer weather was warm, and the voyage promised to be a peaceful one. Minch decided that it would be the perfect opportunity to bring along his family. He invited on board his wife Anna, their young son and daughter, Charlie age 10 and Florence age 7, as well as Anna's sister, Mrs. Jacob Delker Engelbry, and her young daughter Bertha. Captain Albert Myers, the ship's master, also brought along his young son Carl for the voyage, which at first proved to be quite pleasant as they sailed up Lake Erie and Lake Huron. In addition to the 6 passengers, the Western Reserve also carried 21 crew members. Despite the pleasant start, not long after they passed through the Sioux Locks on the afternoon of August 30th, The weather took a turn as an unexpected summer storm ripped over Lake Superior. Captain Myers dropped anchor in Whitefish Bay to wait out the sudden storm. The situation was concerning. The Western Reserve carried no cargo and had not taken on any water ballast, so she sat exceedingly high in the water, making her more vulnerable to the lashing seas. Rather than riding through the waves, the swells would easily lift the great vessel up and throw her back down into the water. But Captain Myers had seen worse storms than this one, and he was extremely confident in his ship. He believed her steel hull to be strong and capable. And perhaps he maybe just wanted to see what his brand new ship could handle. So early that evening, even as the wind and rain howled down on the freighter, Captain Myers weighed anchor and sailed for the open lake, leaving behind the shelter of Whitefish Bay. Soon the storm grew worse, violently throwing the ship around as the night went on, but she seemed to be making good headway. No doubt Peter Minch was thrilled to feel his design right through the brutal Lake Superior gale. The great freighter lifted with each swell, before dropping down into the next trough, only to be hoisted again by the next huge wave. It would have been a nauseating sensation, especially for the young passengers who weren't used to life on the lakes. They would have been tucked safely away in their berths as the night went on. But there probably would not have been much sleep as the wind howled outside and the ship lifted and fell with every wave. Then, at around 9 p.m., approximately 60 miles above Whitefish Point, a loud metallic bang ripped through the ship, followed by a horrific grinding noise. In the pilot house, Captain Myers whirled around. In the darkness, he was confronted by his greatest fear. The aft end of his ship was moving on its own. The Western Reserve had broken in two. From that moment on, Captain Myers, his crew, and the 6 passengers on board were completely at the mercy of Lake Superior. At about 7 p.m. on the night of August 30th, 1892, Harry W. Stewart, a young wheelsman on the Western Reserve, had just retired to his cabin in the bow of the ship after a long shift. As the storm jostled the great freighter back and forth, Stewart lay in his berth reading. The conditions were rough, but Stewart knew the lakes, and he felt that the ship was handling well. But just as he was about to fall asleep, he was jostled awake by a violent bang, followed by the noise of a spar breaking and falling on the deck. As soon as he jumped out of bed, Captain Myers threw open his door and called out to get out as fast as possible. The ship was sinking. Stewart hurriedly threw on some clothes and sprinted down the port side of the vessel toward the lifeboats. As he hurried aft, he came upon a huge break in the deck just forward of the main mast, which was broken and laying across the deck. He leapt over the break and joined the rest of the crew and passengers at the lifeboats. The night was incredibly dark. The wind had died down a bit, but as he looked out at the lake, the waves were still massive, lashing out at the dying ship. There were 2 lifeboats on board, a larger wooden boat and a smaller metal one. Captain Minch, his wife, sister-in-law, and their children all got into the wooden boat, along with Captain Myers and Harry Stewart. In all, the boat carried 17 people. Incredibly, both lifeboats were launched successfully and were able to clear the sinking freighter. But the small metal boat, which carried the 11 remaining crewmen, was quickly swamped by the churning sea. Those in the wooden boat were only able to pick up 2 men from the water, including the ship's other wheelsmen. Now the occupants could do nothing but watch as the crippled freighter ground apart in the churning sea. Soon she finally slid beneath the waves with a horrifying guttural roar. Seemingly right on cue, the lull in the storm came to an end as the wind picked up once again, lashing at the tiny boat and the 19 people huddled on board. The men struggled to keep control of the boat, but the massive waves made it impossible. Water constantly spilled over the side of the boat, and men constantly struggled to bail it out, while others struggled to keep them facing into the waves to keep from capsizing. This continued for nearly 10 hours, through periods of intense waves and brief snippets of relative calm. But by 7 a.m., as they struggled to reach the shore, a series of large waves slammed into the small half-flooded boat, lifting it into the air and capsizing it, throwing the exhausted survivors into the water. Harry Stewart plunged into the sea. Disoriented, he struggled for the surface. When he finally got his head above water, he heard the horrifying sounds of men, women, and children, all crying out for help. But before long, the sounds faded away, and soon, Harry was alone in the water. Then, miraculously, he saw an empty life preserver float by him. He swam over to it and hastily tied it on. Then, he swam for the shore, fighting through the breakers until his feet finally touched the bottom. He crawled onto the beach and collapsed. By the time he made it to shore, he could barely stand, his body battered by the churning lake. The cold water and lashing winds left his limbs numb. Despite it being summer, the night was cold and left him hypothermic. But as he lay on the rocks, the surf still hitting his feet, and the horrifying sounds of the night playing in his head, he realized that he was the only one left. The story of the Western Reserve lay with him alone. Now, more than anything, he wanted to live. After about an hour, slipping in and out of consciousness, Stewart slowly lifted himself up. Through pain and determination, he got to his feet, and he began to walk. He pushed forward, sometimes falling on his hands and knees, but still, he managed to crawl. Finally, after 10 grueling miles, he came upon the life-saving service station at Whitefish Point. He lifted himself up onto the porch, and with his last ounce of strength, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. The loss of the Western Reserve rocked the Great Lakes. Not only did the region lose the well-respected Captain Mensch and its family, they were also confronted with the horrifying loss of an innovative new lake freighter, its design already copied across dozens of new vessels. Harry Stewart was immediately interviewed. Being the only survivor, his first-hand account proved vital in piecing together what happened that night. It was clear that Stewart's physical fitness helped him survive, and his frank and detailed testimony seemed reliable. But some still doubted whether he actually saw the ship split in two. Such a cataclysmic failure seemed impossible on a brand new ship. But steel was new and an untested material. And soon, another tragedy would give credence to Stewart's story. On October 26, 1892, the W.H. Gilcher departed Buffalo, New York, loaded with 3,080 tons of coal bound for Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Captained by Leeds H. Weeks and manned by a crew of 18, all seemed normal when the Gilcher passed through the Straits of Mackinac at 2:30 p.m. on October 28 and started down Lake Michigan. Soon after, a moderate storm swept over the lake. The Gilcher was due to arrive in Milwaukee on the 30th, but as that day came and went, the freighter was nowhere to be found. Soon, as other storm-battered ships limped into harbor, concern began to grow. Then the schooner seaman reported seeing a large freighter struggling against the wind during the worst of the storm around 20 miles northwest of North Manitou Island on the evening of October 28. While they were too far away to really see what was happening, the freighter appeared dead in the water and Captain Buchanan couldn't see any life on board. Not long after, another schooner, the John Shaw, sailed through a large debris field in the same area, including furniture and shattered pieces of deck housing. Another steamer called the White and Freant even picked up pieces of a shattered pilot house. Finally, on November 18th, two bodies washed ashore wearing life preservers from the Gilcher. It was clear that the freighter had gone down in the storm, taking with her entire crew. With no survivors, investigators could only speculate over the cause of the sinking. It was not lost on anyone that the nearly identical Western Reserve and W.H. Gilcher were lost in similar storms less than 2 months apart. Some suspected that the Gilcher might have been lost due to a collision with another ship. That same night, in roughly the same area, a 139-foot schooner called the Ostrich also disappeared without a trace, along with her crew of 6. But others pointed out that a collision often leaves a great deal of wreckage. Overall, very little debris was found from either ship. The Gilcher, unlike the empty Western Reserve, was carrying a full load of coal. This would have completely changed how she rode through the storm and the stresses on her hull. But without a wreck and no survivors left to tell her tale, there's no way to know exactly how the freighter went down and whether or not she split in half like her sister. It's widely believed that the Western Reserve experienced excessive hogging before she sank. Hogging is a condition when a ship heading directly into heavy seas finds itself supported amidship by a large wave, leaving her bow and stern suspended in the air. Not able to support its own weight, the ship eventually broke in two like a snapping twig, not unlike the breaks suffered by the Titanic during her sinking. As much as 50 feet of the Western Reserve's bow and stern could have been lifted out of the water at any given time, with only about 2/3 of the 300-foot ship supported by the churning sea. Her empty cargo holds would have allowed the ship to lift even higher out of the water. In theory, a ship should be designed to handle these stresses to a reasonable degree. But clearly, the Western Reserve did not. Why? Two main camps emerged as investigators tried to explain what happened. One believed that the break was the result of a design flaw. Others blamed her steel. Those that blamed her design suggested that the ship was not given adequate internal support to handle the stresses of a storm like the one that took her down. But her design didn't deviate much from what was used in hundreds of vessels before and since her sinking. The standard lake freighter design of a boxy hull with a heavy bow and stern was ideal only for carrying a lot of cargo, not necessarily for safety. This core design lasted for almost 100 years, and there were several notable high-profile examples of catastrophic breaks. But many of these tragedies happened late in the ship's careers after decades of poor maintenance. Back in 1892, investigators found little reason to seriously doubt the Western Reserve's design. After all, it had been implemented across hundreds of successful ships. Attention quickly moved to the second, far more popular camp that believed that the loss could be blamed on substandard steel. Steel was a better material than iron, but for decades it was far more expensive and time-intensive to produce. But as the Bessemer process proliferated, steel quickly became significantly cheaper and easier to make. This new process was not without its problems, and it was later found to sometimes produce brittle steel not fit for use on ships. Maritime steel has to be able to bend and stretch with the ever-changing forces of the sea. Brittle steel has no give, and instead of twisting with the passing waves, it's vulnerable to catastrophic breaks. It's now believed the Western Reserve and the W.H. Gilcher were built with this early, substandard steel. Their innovative new material would be their downfall. More rigorous standards for production and inspection soon took over, and the Bessemer process was eventually deemed inappropriate for maritime steel. Steel production quickly improved, and by the turn of the century, it was the standard material for all new ships. While tragic, the horrifying story of the Western Reserve and the mysterious loss of the W.H. Gilcher eventually faded from memory. Their flawed design was used across hundreds of new ships for decades to come. But incredibly, on March 10, 2025, the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Society announced that the wreck of the Western Reserve was discovered using side-scanning sonar, laying about 600 feet below the surface of Lake Superior off Whitefish Point. She had indeed broken in two, exactly as Harry Stewart had described over 130 years ago. While he was doubted at the time, we can now confidently say that he was right. To this day, the wreck of the W.H. Gilcher has never been found. The mystery of her fate and whether she met the same end as her sister will remain unknown. The first American lighthouse was built before the United States was even a country. Tragedy wasn't far behind. First lit on September 14, 1716, the stone tower was erected on Little Brewster Island in outer Boston Harbor, Massachusetts. Its first keeper was a man named George Worthylake. He was paid £50 a year to keep the light burning from sundown to sunup. He lived with his wife Anne, his daughter Ruth, and an enslaved man named Shadwell. Far from the isolation one normally associates with lighthouses, Worthylake and his family interacted daily with passing mariners and frequently visited nearby Boston. On November 3rd, 1718, George, Anne, and Ruth went to the city to attend church. After the service, the family boarded a sloop and headed back to the lighthouse. They were joined by a worker named George Cutler and a family friend, John Edge. As they approached Little Brewster Island, the sloop dropped anchor and waited for Shadwell, who paddled out to the sloop in a small boat to ferry the party to shore. But as they climbed into the small boat, already overloaded with supplies, it violently turned over, throwing everyone into the churning waves. They all quickly drowned. The Worthylake family was buried at Copp's Hill Burying Ground in Boston, Within just 2 weeks, Captain George Saunders, George Chamberlain, and a man named Braddock were hired to replace the ill-fated keeper and maintain the critical light. Only a few days after they took up their new position, a brutal storm swept over the harbor. As the wind and rain howled outside, Captain Saunders sighted a ship coming in from the sea. The men on board put out a signal, and thinking they were in need of a pilot to help navigate the harbor entrance, the 3 keepers braved the storm. They boarded a small boat and paddled out to offer their assistance. But upon reaching the ship, the captain waved them away. He had only signaled because he wanted news. Frustrated, the 3 men turned back to the light. But as they neared the shore, a massive wave lifted their small boat and threw the men into the sea. Chamberlain was thrown around by the waves, but eventually he managed to get his head above water. He finally caught sight of the shore and swam forward. It took every ounce of strength to drag himself onto the rocks and out of the pounding surf. He collapsed on a large boulder, and once he caught his breath, he looked back at the sea, hoping to find his fellow keepers. But he was alone. Captain Saunders and Braddock both drowned. The story of Boston Light and its ill-fated early keepers inspired Benjamin Franklin, just 12 years old at the time, to write a poem called The Lighthouse Tragedy. Unfortunately, the poem is believed to be lost. Despite its tragic start, Boston Light continued on. Even after the light was destroyed during the Revolutionary War, the tower was rebuilt and lit in 1783. Boston Light is the second oldest lighthouse in the United States, and the only one still manned by the Coast Guard. Its deadly beginning would be echoed at lighthouses throughout the country for years to come. It was just after midnight on Friday, March 6, 1886, when the growing port town of Escanaba, on the northwest tip of Lake Michigan, awoke to ringing alarm bells. The town's light station, Sandpoint Light, was completely engulfed in flames. The horrified town raced to put out the fire. Time was of the essence. One of the only female lighthouse keepers in the United States was trapped inside the tower. The town of Escanaba, Michigan was established in 1863 and quickly grew as an important shipping port once the Peninsula Railroad was completed in 1864, connecting the port to iron mines on the Upper Peninsula. Growing demand for iron ore sent a steady stream of bulk freighters to the growing port, but the harbor entrance was dotted with sandy shoals, making it difficult to navigate. As traffic increased, it became clear that a light was needed to guide ships into port. The United States Lighthouse Service soon approved a new lighthouse and allocated $11,000 for its construction, which began in the fall of 1867. The structure was completed the following spring, and the light was first lit on May 13, 1868. Called the Sandpoint Light, the new structure consisted of a simple rectangular building and an attached brick tower, topped by a cast iron lantern room. The tower contained a 4th-order Fresnel lens, with a focal height of 44 feet or 13 meters. The original light was a solid red beacon that could be seen for up to 11.5 miles. Oddly, the lighthouse is unique in that its tower sits facing land rather than the water. Whether this was an intentional decision or a mistake is unknown. While the lighthouse was still under construction, a local Escanaba resident, John Terry, was appointed keeper. He and his wife Mary moved to the tower, but in April, just before the light went into operation, John Terry suddenly died of tuberculosis. Despite fierce opposition from the lighthouse service, the town banded together and insisted that Mary should remain at the lighthouse and assume her husband's job. She was one of the first female lightkeepers in the Great Lakes region. It was soon abundantly clear that the town had made the right decision. For 18 years, Mary diligently carried out her duties. She was well respected in the community, and several articles from the time commended her service, often remarking on her level-headed care for the critical light. Through storms, bitter cold, and every conceivable hurdle, Mary kept the beacon shining. So it was a major shock when the town awoke on the night of Friday, March 6, 1886, to find the Sandpoint light completely engulfed in flames. Rescuers raced into the burning tower, desperately searching for Mary. But to their horror, she was nowhere to be found. They went to work putting out the flames, all the while hoping that they might find the missing keeper. But as the first light of dawn illuminated the scene, one of the volunteers made a grisly discovery. Mary Terry did not survive the fire. Her remains were discovered buried in the smoldering remains of the light station she dedicated her life to serving. Attention immediately moved to investigating what happened. The circumstances of the tragedy led many to believe that the fire wasn't an accident. Those familiar with Mary and her work found it incredibly hard to believe that she would be careless enough to cause such a devastating fire. It was widely known that Mary lived alone at the lighthouse. She was also known to be reasonably wealthy after inheriting some money and property following her husband's death. She also had no children and kept a job that provided her room and board, so she was able to save a considerable amount of her earnings. The Escanaba Iron Port declared that, quote, "It is easier to believe that the burning of the house and her death is the outcome of a scheme of robbery than to believe it an accident." A coroner's jury was quickly assembled to investigate the tragedy. Many in the town believed that someone broke into the lighthouse to steal Mary's money and set fire to cover their tracks. When rescuers arrived at the burning lighthouse, they found the south door to the building standing wide open, quote, "with the bolt shot forward as though the door had been forced, not unlocked." But none of Mary's belongings seemed to be missing. Her papers and deeds were partially burned, but sat undisturbed. And the gold pieces that she had saved over the years sat on the floor beneath the burned-out cupboard where they were stored. If someone meant to rob her, why would they leave all her valuables behind? Mary's cause of death was never able to be determined. The lighthouse was almost completely destroyed in the fire. Only the spiral staircase to the lantern room remained untouched. Mary's remains were reduced to almost nothing but bone fragments. These were examined, but there was not nearly enough left to make any real determination. But it was noted that Mary's remains were found at the southeast corner of the building, not in her bedroom at the north end. The day before the fire, a handyman named Boardman Layton visited the lighthouse to do some work on the building. As he was leaving, he claimed that he noticed some firewood stacked close to the furnace that he thought looked hot. He testified that he pointed this out to Mary, but that she didn't take it seriously, and apparently responded by saying she expected to be burned out by it someday, and also apparently added that she slept with one eye open. The jury suspected that Layton might have exaggerated this interaction, and thought that he might have embellished his story for attention. The casual disregard seemed very out of character for Mary, and the timing of the conversation seemed to be convenient. But no one went so far as to suggest that Layton might have been involved in anything more than simple storytelling. In the end, the jury failed to reach any definitive conclusion. Was the fire at Sandpoint Light a terrible accident? Did some fortune seeker break into the lighthouse, hoping to find a cowering, defenseless woman, only to get caught off guard when Mary fought back? Maybe the intruder panicked and knocked her unconscious, or worse, and set the fire to the building to cover his tracks. In the end, we'll never know. No matter what happened that night, Mary Terry was part of an exclusive group of women lighthouse keepers. Less than 3% of keepers and assistants on the Great Lakes were women. For 18 years, Mary served with distinction and proved her doubters wrong. That record should be her legacy. After the fire, the Sandpoint Light was quickly rebuilt. The light remained in service, cared for by 9 different keepers until 1939, when it was deactivated by the Coast Guard and converted into housing. The building remained with the Coast Guard until 1985, when it was leased to the Delta County Historical Society. After an extensive restoration project, the lighthouse was opened to the public in 1990. During the summer months, visitors are still welcome to visit the lighthouse. When we think about a lighthouse, we typically picture a stone tower sitting on some bluff high above the sea. But for some reason, we seldom imagine a lightship. These modest vessels, anchored in key locations to warn of dangerous shoals and other hazards, had to remain at their posts through the worst storms imaginable, even when significantly larger ships would be forced to seek shelter. One of these dependable little ships was the Buffalo Lightship No. 82. Built in 1912 at the Racine Truscott Shell Lake Boat Company in Muskegon, Michigan, Lightship No. 82 was built like a tank. Small but mighty, she measured 95.2 feet or 29 meters in length, with a beam of 21 feet or 6.4 meters, and came in at 187 tons. She was powered by a small coal-fired engine capable of generating just 90 horsepower, enough to maneuver the ship, but not really enough to cover any real distance. Tugs were generally required to move the ship on and off her station. While lightships needed to weather fierce storms, their biggest threat were collisions with other vessels. All over the world, captains aimed their ships directly at lightships to set their course. Most would adjust with plenty of time to spare, but sometimes they didn't. 150 lightships were involved in major collisions, 5 resulting in the loss of the lightship. The most famous example was when Titanic's sister ship RMS Olympic sliced through the Nantucket lightship in 1934, killing 7 of the 11 men on board. Because of this, lightships were built tough, strong enough to survive a collision, so long as it wasn't with a 45,000-ton superliner. The lightship Buffalo was equipped with a reinforced steel hull, a whaleback forecastle deck, a single lantern mast forward, and a small fore and aft rig jigger mast on the stern that could be used to help steady the ship. Life on a lightship was tough, significantly more challenging than what the average lightkeeper tended to face. But efforts were made to make life on board bearable. Buffalo had a crew of 6. The captain and mate each had their own cabin in the stern. The other 4 crew members were quartered on the berth deck. Library chests were regularly rotated to give the men something to occupy their off time and distract them from the isolation. The lightship was held firmly in place by 4 large mushroom anchors, but this didn't stop the near constant rocking that tousled the small ship even in relatively calm conditions. Crew bunks were sloped to keep the men from falling out in heavy seas. It was a constant battle keeping dishes on the table during meals. The rolling was just something that the men had to try and get used to, but even experienced sailors who were used to the constant forward motion of a typical ship would sometimes struggle with seasickness on these stationary vessels. The crew's number one job was to keep the light illuminated at night and clean the lens during the day. Maintenance, cleaning, and other duties typically took up the rest of their time. The lightship Buffalo cost $42,910 to build and went into service in 1912. She was stationed off Point Abino, Ontario, to help guide vessels to the harbor at Buffalo, New York on Lake Erie. For just under a year, she served diligently, safely guiding hundreds of ships into the harbor. But her time on Lake Erie proved to be tragically brief. By November 1913, 6 men worked on the lightship. They included Captain Hugh M. Williams and mate Andrew Leahy. Andrew's brother Cornelius Leahy worked as assistant engineer. They were joined by Chief Engineer Charles W. Butler and 2 crewmen, William Jensen and Peter Mackey. On November 6, 1913, 2 storm systems converged over Lake Superior and moved east across the Great Lakes. Unofficially dubbed the White Hurricane, the storm is widely considered to be the worst in the history of the Great Lakes. By November 9th, the storm reached its peak strength over Lake Huron, sinking 8 different ships, including some of the largest vessels on the lakes at the time. In the coming days, the storm destroyed 19 ships, damaged 52 others, and killed over 250 sailors. By the time it reached Lake Erie, the storm had weakened considerably, but it was still a force to be reckoned with. Throughout the storm, Lightship Buffalo remained in position. She was designed to weather the worst that the lakes could throw at her, and this would certainly put her to the test. At first, she held up well to the building northwest seas. But as wave after wave slammed into the small ship, the situation quickly fell apart as the storm grew closer. Because Lake Erie is the shallowest of the Great Lakes, even mild weather has the capacity to whip up monstrous waves out of nowhere. The small lightship, firmly anchored in place, would have been battered relentlessly. Eventually, the onslaught began to tear the ship apart. It would have been hell on board as she was violently thrown about. Pumps would have been deployed to keep pace with the flooding. But then, to the horror of the 6 men trapped on board, her mighty anchor chains finally snapped, leaving the lightship at the mercy of the storm. Horrifically underpowered, the tiny ship was left helpless, even if the crew managed to start her engine. Whether they managed to fight back at all will never be known. By the early morning hours of November 11th, the worst of the storm had passed. At 3 a.m., the downbound steamer Champlain searched for the light as they sailed through the clearing storm. But when they passed the site of her anchorage, the lighthouse was nowhere to be seen. At first, no one believed that the brand new ship could have been lost in the storm. It was thought that she had simply broken free from her anchorage and drifted to some far-off place. But as time went on and the lightship failed to materialize, concern began to grow. Then, debris began washing ashore. Broken railing, shattered wood from her deckhouses, even a life jack with her name stenciled across the front. The most ominous was a splintered panel bearing a hastily written message. It read, "Goodbye, Nellie. The ship is breaking up fast. Williams." It was the captain's final message to his wife. His body washed ashore just a few days later. Almost a full year after the tragedy, on October 29, 1914, Charles W. Butler was found in the Niagara River 13 miles away. But by then, the wreck had already been found. On May 9, 1914, a U.S. Lake Survey vessel using a wire sweep discovered something laying on the lakebed some 36 feet below the surface, just under a mile away from the lightship Buffalo's mooring site. A diver was sent below to investigate and soon confirmed that it was indeed the wrecked lightship. After 2 failed salvage attempts, the ship was raised on September 16, 1915. While her deckhouses were almost completely destroyed, the ship's sturdy hull was in good condition. there were no bodies found in or near the wreck. It was determined that the ship could be repaired and returned to service, though not to her original post. Her station off Buffalo remained unmarked until Lightship number 98 was placed at the mooring in October 1916. Meanwhile, Lightship 82 was almost completely rebuilt. She served as a relief ship for the 10th District from 1917 to 1925 when she was moved to the 11-foot shoal on Lake Michigan, where she served her original role as a lightship until 1936, when she was finally decommissioned. For the next few years, she served as housing for veterans. But in 1945, she was destroyed by a fire set by vandals. She was scrapped soon after. Overshadowed by the dramatic tragedies that preceded the death of her crew in 1913, the tiny lightship, once miraculously retrieved from the abyss, was torn apart and discarded. Almost every lighthouse has a ghost story, but only a handful become ghosts themselves. These towers were built to last. Their purpose was vital. In a time before GPS and radio direction finding, a simple beacon could be the difference between life and death. Reliability was the point. Each had a unique signature so that mariners could be sure what light they were looking at, so that they could pinpoint their location and chart a safe passage. Through rain, shine, snow, sleet, and even brutal hurricanes, lighthouses were a bastion of order, a beacon in the storm. And that's why today, so many of these towers remain. The approach to the Straits of Mackinac is a treacherous one. As cities like Milwaukee and Chicago grew, and traffic increased on Lake Michigan, the stretch of water at the north end of the lake that connected Lake Huron and the rest of the Great Lakes proved deadly. By the 1820s, it was clear that something had to be done about the rocky shoals that dotted the lake leading up to the busy strait. The vast shoals around Waugoshance Point at the northeast corner of the lake proved particularly challenging, with numerous ships wrecking in the area every season. Waters were often less than 12 feet deep and dotted by ledges and jagged rocks. Navigators appealed to the federal government for a solution to the problem. But marking the deadly shoals would be difficult. It was agreed that an offshore lighthouse would be ideal, but establishing such a structure in the area would be an immense challenge. In 1832, a small wooden lightship called the Louis McLean was anchored in the area to temporarily mark the shoal until a more permanent solution could be determined. She ended up marking the area for 19 years. Throughout that time, the small ship suffered more than her fair share of damage as she was battered by storm after storm. But still, through the grit and determination of her tiny crew, she endured. In the meantime, plans began taking shape for a more ambitious structure. The new lighthouse was approved in 1850. On the nearby St. Helena Island, a massive timber crib that measured 32 by 60 feet was constructed. Once completed, the crib was towed to a carefully selected site on the Waugoshance Shoals. It was then filled with massive stones and sunk to its foundation on the reef. A cofferdam was then constructed around the crib, and water was pumped away. Cement and intricately cut limestone slabs were then laid down to provide a strong base on which a 76-foot brick tower was constructed. It was the first project of its type built on the Great Lakes. At its base, the tower had a diameter of 20 feet with 5.5-foot thick walls. At the parapet, the tower narrowed to 15 feet 2 inches with 2-foot 1-inch thick walls. The tower featured a birdcage-style lantern, which was briefly popular at the time, but quickly fell out of favor. Inside was a powerful 4th-order Fresnel lens. the first to be installed on the Great Lakes. Its beam flashed every 45 seconds and was visible for up to 16 miles. At its base, a simple structure that housed the keepers and equipment hugged the tower. Construction was brutal, as workers contended with ever-changing weather conditions and the grueling demands of erecting a tower on a narrow ledge surrounded by churning water. It's rumored that at least one worker was killed before the tower was complete, but no records confirm the story. The lighthouse entered service in 1851, and the Louis McLean was moved to Bar Point Shoal on Lake Erie before she sank in a storm in 1874. From its earliest days of operation, the Waugoshance Shoal Light proved a difficult assignment, not only for the men tasked with maintaining the light, but also for the tower itself. From 1867 to 1870, the lighthouse underwent a major renovation to stabilize the base and add a 45 by 66 foot limestone pier. In 1883, a badly needed foghorn was added. Before that, keepers had to manually ring a bell in foggy conditions to warn ships away from the shoals. In 1871, while the Great Chicago Fire raged at the other end of the lake, keepers had to continuously ring the bell as a thick wall of smoke blanketed the shoals. By the 1880s, the crib and tower both began to show worrying signs of age and decay, and another major project was undertaken to shore up the lighthouse. The brick keeper's quarters were encased in riveted cast iron boiler plating to protect it from the lashing storms and ice. It created a foreboding fortress that surrounded the brilliant red and white striped tower. The isolated lighthouse proved challenging for the people who lived and worked there. The 1880s seemed particularly brutal. Albeit rare, keepers and their assistants were occasionally joined by their wives. In the summer of 1883, Clara Hayman Davenport, wife of assistant keeper Andrew Jackson Davenport, was filled with dread when she first caught sight of the ominous tower. After only a few days of living in the lighthouse, she became convinced that it was haunted. Doors would open and close on their own. The building creaked and moaned with the passing wind and waves. The terrible sounds reminded her of the cries of the men who lost their lives on the rocks below. Eventually, she grew too afraid to be left alone, and she would follow her husband up the stairs to the lantern room as he carried out his work. Fortunately for her, her time at the lighthouse was brief. Her husband was transferred to the Twin River Point Lighthouse in Wisconsin later that year. Misfortune would come to the lighthouse soon after their departure. The year before, Thomas Marshall arrived at the lighthouse after he was appointed acting keeper. He was promoted to head keeper the following June. Traveling to and from the lighthouse was always dangerous. On May 28, 1886, Marshall left Mackinac Island in a small sailboat, towed by a ship called the E. Faxton, and headed for the lighthouse. But soon they were overtaken by a sudden squall. Marshall's tow line disconnected, and the small boat disappeared in the rising and falling waves. Later, a ferry called the Chrysler came upon the overturned boat. The 48-year-old keeper was nowhere to be found. His body was never recovered. But Thomas Marshall wouldn't be the last Waugoshance keeper to meet an untimely end. John Herman first arrived at the lighthouse in April 1887 to serve as an acting assistant keeper. He gradually worked up the ranks and became head keeper in 1892. While Herman carried out his duties admirably at the isolated lighthouse, over the years he gained a reputation for drinking heavily while on leave and playing pranks on his fellow keepers. The story goes that on Sunday, October 14th, 1900, Herman returned to the lighthouse still intoxicated after a multiple day-long bender and ended up locking his assistant keeper in the tower as a prank. The assistant was not amused. He banged on the door, calling for Herman to unlock it. But soon, the keeper's laughter disappeared. The assistant climbed the tower to see what was happening. He looked over the edge just in time to see the drunken man stumbling around the pier and vanish around a corner. The assistant waited, but Herman never reappeared. Finally, he was able to flag down keepers from a Gulpin Point lighthouse who were able to rescue him. The men searched for the drunken keeper, assuming that he had passed out somewhere, but he was nowhere to be found. They soon realized that Herman probably stumbled off the pier and had fallen into the churning lake. Even before these tragedies, Waugoshant's Light already had a reputation. Keepers dreaded working at the old tower, and it wasn't just because of the intense isolation. The lighthouse was known to creak and groan, and sometimes men thought they heard whispers alone in the tower late at night. There was an eerie energy to the place, something darker than the loneliness felt at other beacons. The death of John Herman only added to the mystique. After his passing, stories circulated of moving chairs, slamming doors, silverware rattling in drawers. One story even claimed that coal was shoveled into the furnace while no one was around. In its final years, it became increasingly difficult to find men to work in the lighthouse. Some even say that the hauntings are what led to the tower's closure. But this wasn't true. As freighters grew larger and hulls moved from wood to steel, the route past the Waugoshant's Light became more difficult to safely navigate. The shipping route soon moved approximately 4 miles north, where the water was deeper and safer for the ever larger lake freighters. This new passage contended with another hazard, the White Shoal Reef. In 1878, a derelict ship was anchored in the area to warn passing ships. This was soon followed by a lightship. But it was clear that a more permanent solution was needed. Finally, in 1908, construction began on a new offshore lighthouse. Commissioned on September 1, 1910, the White Shoal Lighthouse stood at 125 feet, the tallest lighthouse on the Great Lakes. Many of the lessons learned from Waugoshant's and other offshore lights like Spectacle Reef, Stannard Rock, and many others were incorporated to build a dependable modern structure. The new lighthouse made Waugoshant's Light obsolete, and the tower was decommissioned shortly after in 1912. On June 30th, the last keeper, Everett Starrett, and assistant keeper Frederick Kohler extinguished the light for the last time. It wasn't some poltergeist or supernatural force that closed the Waugoshant's Light. It was simple obsolescence. But it's easy to see how the derelict tower gained its supernatural reputation. Left to rot in the punishing waves of Lake Michigan, the lighthouse quickly fell into disrepair. In World War II, it was briefly used as target practice for fighter pilots practicing methods to counter Japanese kamikaze pilots. But mostly, the tower just sat empty. Today, what remains of the lighthouse looks like something out of a horror movie. There were attempts to save and even restore the historic structure. But as sea levels rose and fell, and storm after storm punished the bricks and stones, it became clear in the last few years that the Waugoshant's Light could not be saved. The piers around its base have long since crumbled away, and the crib that serves as its main support is falling apart. The end could come at any moment. There's even a chance that when you watch this video, the tower will have already collapsed. Life has already passed it by. Its purpose has long since been eclipsed. Now, like a spirit, it lingers after death, offering a disquieting glimpse into the abyss. The storm had raged for a full day, and there was no way of knowing how long it would continue. The lightkeeper at the Huron Island Lighthouse spent Sunday, September 3, 1905, working to maintain his critical light. Just after 4 o'clock, he looked out at Lake Superior to watch the roiling nor'easter. As he watched the massive waves crash over the rocks below, he noticed something emerge from the torrential rain. It was a large wooden schooner, the type that by 1905 would usually be towed by a larger freighter. But this schooner was alone. Her jib and foresail were set as she fought her way through the storm, no doubt hoping to find a protected inlet at one of the nearby islands. She was already dangerously waterlogged, and wave after wave broke over her deck, ripping the helpless ship apart. Her crew was facing a losing battle, but there was nothing the lightkeeper could do. As the wind howled outside, he watched as the schooner slowly and agonizingly slip beneath the waves of Lake Superior. At Lake Superior Provincial Park in Ontario, there's a short rugged trail that leads to a cliff face called Agawa Rock, near the mouth of the Agawa River. On the rock there are a series of pictographs drawn by the Ojibwe people, some 150 to 400 years ago. The images are believed to depict Mishapishu, or the Great Lynx, a mythical underwater panther with the head and paws of a giant cat and a body covered in scales with sharp spikes lining its back and tail. These beliefs are intricate and varied widely across different indigenous groups, but generally the Mishapishu was said to be a powerful creature that lived in the deepest depths of the lake. They balanced out the power of the thunderbirds in the sky. They could be good and helpful, but they could also summon storms and create death and misfortune. These creatures were a force to be respected and honored in order to safely traverse the Great Lakes. Stories of a great sea monster lurking in Lake Superior persisted long after the Ojibwe people were forced out of their land by the Canadian and American governments. As commercial shipping proliferated across the lakes, stories of sea monsters gave way to tales of cursed vessels and ghost ships. These superstitions tried to explain the countless ships and men that seemed to vanish without a trace all over the lakes every season. But the truth was less comforting than a simple ghost story. On Thursday, August 31st, 1905, final preparations were being made on the wooden-hulled freighter Iosco and a schooner, the Olive Jeanette, that she would tow on her voyage down the lakes to Cleveland, Ohio. The two ships were heavily laden with iron ore. As the cargo was trimmed and the hatch covers were secured, the air buzzed with a coming storm. Flags were already whipping in the wind and whitecaps were building out on the water. A storm was building. But for Captain Nelson Gagne of the Iosco and Captain Frank McGreevy of the Olive Jeanette, there was no question that they would soon be underway. If conditions worsened, they would seek shelter. But for now, their vessels could manage, and that meant that a delay was out of the question. So at noon, the two ships set out on Lake Superior to begin their voyage. The Iosco was a typical wooden-hulled freighter that in 1905 was still incredibly common on the lakes. Labeled Hull Number 80, she was built in 1891 by the West Bay Shipping Company in Bay City, Michigan. Named after Iosco County, Michigan, she was one of 6 nearly identical freighters. Built from solid white oak, she measured 312 feet or 95 meters in length with a beam of 41 feet or 12 meters and came in at 2,051.8 gross registered tons. These were some of the largest wooden-hulled freighters ever built. Her enormous size required several steel arches, keel reinforcements, cross bracing, and numerous steel plates embedded into her hull to increase her strength. She was powered by a 3-cylinder triple expansion steam engine built by the Frontier Engine Works Company in Detroit, Michigan. Fed by 2 Scotch Marine boilers, her engine could produce 1,000 horsepower. The Iosco was launched on April 25, 1891, and entered service less than a month later on May 11th. The freighter enjoyed a relatively uneventful career. In 1897, she was caught in a violent November gale near the Apostle Islands. After sheltering for almost a full day, she was forced to make a dash for the safety of Duluth. Wave after wave smashed over her bow, and ice began to collect on her decks, pushing the ship dangerously low. But her buoyant wooden hull helped her ride through the storm. She finally arrived in Duluth with around 150 tons of ice coating her decks and superstructure. It was said that she looked more like an ice sculpture than a ship. Nonetheless, she performed exceptionally well. Storm tested, the Iosco earned her reputation as a sturdy and reliable vessel. By the final day of August 1905, there was little reason for Captain Gonya and his crew of 19 to doubt the integrity of their ship as they sailed into the building storm. Throughout the rest of the day, despite the growing wind and waves, the Iosco and the Olive Jeanette, towed close behind, seemed to be faring well. But the storm was only just beginning. For decades, it was extremely common for freighters to tow other ships behind them to maximize the cargo carried on each voyage. But as steel freighters got larger and more capable of carrying significantly larger loads, this practice eventually fell out of favor. In 1905, however, many freighters were paired with a tow ship. As she fought her way across Lake Superior, the Iosco was paired with the Olive Jeanette. Built only 1 year before the Iosco in 1890, the Olive Jeanette was a part of the last generation of Great Lakes schooners. Constructed at the same shipyard as the Iosco, the 4-masted schooner came in at 1,371 tons and measured 242 feet or 73.76 meters in length with a beam of 39 feet or 11.9 meters. She was named after the daughters of Charles J. Smith, one of the ship's owners. Some believe that the Olive Jeanette was cursed. They might have had good reason to think that. On October 25, 1898, the 312-foot steamer L.R. Doty had just departed Chicago with a load of corn and the Olive Jeanette in tow. They were quickly overtaken by a massive gale with winds reaching 70 miles per hour. In the chaos, the two ships became separated. The crew of the Jeanette fought to keep their schooner afloat, while the Doty vanished into the maelstrom. She was never seen again. Her crew of 17 were lost in the storm. Her wreck wasn't discovered until 2010, laying intact at the bottom of Lake Michigan. Incredibly, the Olive Jeanette survived the storm, but the tragedy of her lost companion haunted the schooner for the rest of her career. No one could forget the image of the ill-fated Doty vanishing into the storm, so the Olive Jeanette became something of a hoodoo ship. But superstition is hardly a reason to abandon a perfectly capable vessel, and the schooner would be paired with numerous other tow ships in the coming years. In 1905, she was paired with the Iosco, one of the L.R. Doty's sister ships. Captained by Frank McGreevy and operated by a crew of 7, the Olive Jeanette set out with the Iosco on the last day of August 1905, expecting a rough voyage. But they knew all too well what the Jeanette had been through, and they were confident that they would be through the worst of it soon. For the first day, the two ships fared well, and it looked as if they would potentially make it to the Sioux before the worst of the coming storm could bear down on Lake Superior. But by the evening of Friday, September 1st, their luck ran out, as a brutal nor'easter swept in. Soon the two ships were fighting for their lives. Without any wireless equipment, they were completely on their own. The storm continued to rage throughout the day on Saturday, September 2nd. That morning, Captain Massey of the 424-foot steel-hulled freighter Mullen spotted the two ships 20 miles east of the Huron Islands, probably seeking shelter from the storm. But they seemed to be faring well, and Captain Massey paid them little attention as he focused on guiding his ship through the storm. He was the last person to ever see the Iosco. Just after 4 p.m. at the Huron Island Lighthouse, the keeper spotted the Olive Jeanette in her final moments. The Iosco was nowhere to be seen. While the lightkeeper was unable to do anything to save them, it was clear that the ship's crew had given it their all. But the Jeanette's luck finally ran out, and the schooner disappeared in the churning waves of Lake Superior. As the wind died down and the storm dissipated, hope persisted that the Iosco and the Olive Jeanette would soon arrive at the Sioux. It was common, especially in those days, for ships to run behind schedule after a storm. Usually when heavy weather blew in, ships would find shelter and wait it out. When Captain Mullen reported seeing the two ships near the Huron Islands, it seemed that they did exactly that. But then, word came in that the steamer Juanita sailed through a debris field late in the day on Sunday, September 3rd, in Keweenaw Bay, near the Keweenaw Waterway lower entry, just as the storm was finally starting to let up. Since conditions were still rough, it was impossible for the crew of the Juanita to pick up or identify any of the debris, but it was enough to leave little doubt that a large ship had foundered in the area. Soon after, debris began washing ashore. Bulwarks, hatches, shattered fragments of cabins and masts, a yawl boat, and numerous other fragments littered the beaches of the Keweenaw Bay. As searchers picked through the debris, they came across oars and furniture bearing the name Olive. It was all but certain that the Olive Jeanette and the 7 on board had met a tragic end. This was confirmed on Tuesday, September 5th, when a tug called the Hebbard made a stop at the Huron Island Light while searching for the missing ship. That was when the outside world finally learned what the isolated lightkeeper saw 2 days before. For a brief moment, there was hope that the Iosco might have survived the storm. But soon, debris that could have only come from a large wooden freighter began washing ashore. With no other signs of the ship or her crew, it was clear that both ships, as well as the 26 people on board, were lost to Lake Superior. In the days that followed, people began finding bodies. Members of the Huron Mountain Club found most of them on the shores of the Keweenaw Bay. A member recounted his experience in the Daily Mining Journal a few days later. One of the most horrible sights I ever witnessed was when I found the body of a woman and one of the men Tuesday afternoon. They were about 3/4 of a mile apart, the woman being under a number of saw logs. In her hand was clutched a handful of hair, evidently torn from her head while in the throes of death. Her body was bruised and cut by floating timbers and logs, although the features were not distorted, and I think could be easily identified by those who knew her in life. Yet her appearance was appalling, and a sight no person could easily forget. There seems to be no doubt that one of the men found on the beach reached the shore alive, but died soon from exposure and exhaustion. His body was laying well up on the beach, and on the saw logs was a trail of blood, showing plainly the course he traveled to reach the spot where he finally gave up the ghost. Dr. Stockwell, also one of the search party, gave the opinion the man reached the shore alive, but could not survive the shock. The woman was probably Mrs. W.B. Barnes, who worked as an assistant steward alongside her husband on the Iosco. Later, the body of Captain McGreevy of the Olive Jeanette was found tied to a broken spar. It was perhaps a last-minute effort to save himself. Or maybe he just wanted to make sure that somebody would find his body. In all, only 16 bodies of the 26 lost were ever recovered. With no survivors, the question of what went wrong that night remained unanswered. Some believe that the two ships were far too heavily loaded for the conditions. The storm was a particularly brutal one for the end of summer, and the ships were probably not secured as tightly as they would have been for a run later in the season. Others speculate that the two ships might have collided with one another in the chaos before separating, possibly dooming the Iosco first, soon followed by the Olive Jeanette, as witnessed by the Huron Island lightkeeper. Others question the integrity of the Iosco. She was not the first or the last of her sisters to founder on the lakes. In addition to the L.R. Doty, another identical sister, the Uganda, was lost near the White Shoal Light on Lake Michigan after her hull was damaged by ice in April 1913. As the years passed, the tragedy of the two ships eventually faded from memory. In the 1990s, the wreck of the Olive Jeanette was discovered in 300 feet of water 8 miles off the Huron Islands, but the wreck of the Iosco has never been found. She remains one of the countless victims of Lake Superior. A reminder that try as we might, we will never fully understand the awesome power of the lakes or the mysteries that lay in the depths. On June 21st, 1961, the Coast Guard cutter Woodrush sighted something strange on Lake Superior. An ominous plume of black smoke lumbering toward the sky over Stannard Rock. As they drew closer, the stone lighthouse came into view, shrouded in an eerie silence. The tower looked more like a chimney, belching out a steady stream of smoke from where its light once shined. On the ledge outside the tower, 3 exhausted men clung to life. The 4th keeper was nowhere to be found. These men were the last to ever live and work at Stannard Rock Lighthouse, a desolate tower nicknamed the loneliest place on Earth. The Ojibwe people called it Gitchigumi, which roughly translates to the Great Sea. French explorers called it Le Lac Supérieur, the Upper Lake. That name seemed to stick. Lake Superior, the largest, northernmost, and westernmost of the Great Lakes, is the largest freshwater lake in the world by surface area, and the third largest by volume. It holds 13% of the world's fresh water. While for centuries indigenous tribes used the lake for fishing, travel, and trade, Western settlers were slow to expand their shipping to Lake Superior. The opening of the Sioux Locks in May 1855 greatly expanded access and shipping traffic on the lake. By the mid-1800s, schooners and steamboats became a common sight as the region's natural resources became more valuable. Each of the Great Lakes present their own challenges to navigators, and Lake Superior quickly proved unpredictable and deadly. In 1835, Captain Charles C. Stannard of the vessel John Jacob Astor discovered a vast underwater mountain 25 miles west of the Keweenaw Peninsula. The rocky ledge extends a quarter of a mile and sits between 4 and 16 feet below the surface, presenting a serious danger to shipping. As traffic increased, it was clear that a marker was needed to warn navigators of the hidden rocks, which lay just south of the busy Sioux to Duluth shipping lanes. But no one knew if it would even be possible to establish a sufficient beacon in such a challenging environment. The nearest land sits 25 miles away, far out of visual range. None of the rocks sit above the lake's surface, meaning that any structure would have to be built in the turbulent waters of Lake Superior. In 1868, the Lighthouse Service devised a test to determine whether it would be possible to build a structure in such a challenging location. They determined the shallowest rock surface and constructed a 12-foot diameter stone crib, on top of which sat a 20-foot high, 6-foot diameter iron beacon. Then, they waited to see what the elements would do to the temporary structure. To their relief, through months of gale-force winds, rain, snow, and ice, the tower held. Not long after, in 1874, construction wrapped on a similar lighthouse on Spectacle Reef, 11 miles east of the Straits of Mackinac on northern Lake Huron. Designed by Colonel Orlando Metcalf Poe and Major Godfrey Weitzel, the Spectacle Reef Lighthouse was the most expensive lighthouse ever built in the Great Lakes. The incredible engineering achievement was considered a great success and created a blueprint for similar stone towers, just like the one being considered on Lake Superior. It wouldn't be easy, but a lighthouse could be built on Stannard rock. More than 150 lighthouses were built on the Great Lakes between 1870 and 1890. The region's natural resources were vital to the nation's rapid industrialization. As commercial shipping boomed, taming the treacherous inland seas was critical to safely and reliably transporting iron ore, coal, limestone, and other materials throughout North America. In the days before radar and GPS mapping, lighthouses played a key role in navigation. In 1877, Congress appropriated $50,000 to begin construction on a new lighthouse at Stannard Rock. Crew and equipment used to build the Spectacle Reef Lighthouse were shifted to Lake Superior in 1878. A camp was established near Skaney, Michigan, 51 miles southwest of the rock. Called Standardsville, the camp included barracks, offices, workshops, docks, and storage. Crews started by building a massive concrete base or crib which could support the tower. The base would be built on a carefully selected rock that sat approximately 12 feet below the lake's surface. To build the base, a wrought iron casing was placed around the sides of what would soon be the foundation, 62.5 feet in diameter, fitted closely to the rocks. The structure was lined with canvas pipe filled with oakum made from tarred fibers, which were placed under its bottom edge to make it watertight. Water was then pumped out and the rocks were cleaned before the container was filled with concrete to form a 35-foot high foundation. As the crib came together, the tower's sandstone blocks were quarried at Kelly's Island on Lake Erie and transported to Stannarsville by barge. Each block weighed between 12 and 30 tons. The tower was then built on shore to ensure that every stone block fit together perfectly. Once the foundation was complete, the tower was disassembled and hauled over to the reef, where it was carefully put back together again over the course of 2 months. Huge iron drift pins were used to secure each block to the one below, further strengthening the intricately designed tower. The structure took over 5 years to build and cost more than $300,000. Bad weather and ice flows made the project incredibly difficult. Crews could only work from May to October, and they spent each spring repairing damage from the previous winter. Even during the summer, weather halted work over and over again. The 1878-79 season was particularly brutal, with crews only able to work 61% of the time. Still, the tower came together as planned and only went $5,000 over budget. 126 tons of iron, 76 tons of brick, 1,270 tons of tower stone, and 7,276 tons of concrete were used to complete the base and the tower. It's still considered one of the top engineering feats ever completed in the United States. The tower at Stannard Rock stands 78 feet tall on top of a 35-foot base. Its walls start at 7.5 feet thick at the base and taper to 22 inches at the lens room. The focal height is at 102 feet or 31 meters. The tower consists of 7 levels with 2 sublevels in the basement. The first holds the galley, followed by sleeping quarters, a library reading room, a watch room, and finally a lens room. In addition to the tower, a structure was built to house the fog signal, engines, and boilers. The crib also held 2 10-inch steam whistles and a boat crane. The Stannard Rock Lighthouse was first illuminated on July 4, 1882. Its light sat inside a second-order beehive Fresnel lens with 12 bullseye prisms that sent a beam pattern 25 miles out. It was one of the most remote stations in the entire United States Lighthouse service. Life in the tower was a nightmare. The first keeper stationed at Stannard Rock was John Pask, who transferred from Sturgeon Point Light on Lake Huron. Why he traded one of the Great Lakes' most pleasant stations for one of its most brutal is anyone's guess. He lasted at the lonely station only a year before he was transferred to the idyllic Michigan Island Lighthouse on the Apostle Islands. To entice keepers to Stannard Rock, the lighthouse service usually allowed them their pick of assignments once they finished working at the desolate outpost. Not only was the crushing isolation difficult, the weather conditions at Stannard Rock could rattle even the toughest man's nerves. Massive 30-foot waves frequently smashed over the tower, and gale-force winds were a constant threat. A single gust could easily sweep a man off his feet and into Lake Superior. Once in the water, there was almost no hope of rescue. If anything went wrong, whether it be illness, an accident, or some other emergency, keepers had to wait days or even weeks before they could flag down a passing ship and get assistance. At most lighthouses in the United States, keepers and their assistants were able to live with their families. But Stannard Rock was considered too unsafe for women and children, and it was designated a stag station where only men could serve. Keepers deemed the lighthouse the loneliest place on Earth. Obviously, turnover was extremely high. The lighthouse operated from spring to early December. Keepers would return to the light when the ice thawed enough to allow shipping to resume, typically between March and May. Landing at the lighthouse is difficult even in idyllic conditions, but at the start of the season, keepers had to contend with thick layers of ice, sometimes up to 2 feet deep or more. They had to use sledgehammers and pickaxes just to clear the door of the tower. The backbreaking and dangerous work often took hours, sometimes even days. One storm in 1913 left the tower encased in 12 feet of ice. It took 12 men with pickaxes and steam pipes a full week to clear away the ice and rescue the men trapped inside. Stannard Rock was manned by one keeper and 3 assistants. The longest-serving head keeper was Lewis Wilkes from Marquette. He manned the station from 1936 to 1956. He also holds the record for the longest continuous stay at the lighthouse, 99 days. His assistant, Elmer Sormanen, remained at the lighthouse from 1934 to 1954. Typically, men were rotated, 3 weeks at the lighthouse and 1 week off. From the comfort of your home, you might think it dramatic to call the lonely outpost a hellish place to live. But it's unlikely that you've ever experienced anything like what a keeper at Stannard Rock lived with, completely cut off from the outside world. The crushing isolation, the wind and waves and nothingness, the smashing roar of passing storms, the droning foghorn, days of nothing but back-breaking labor, bland canned meat, endless games of solitaire. Life on Stannard Rock was beyond what most of us could ever imagine. Still, they persevered, keeping the light shining through the worst that Lake Superior had to offer. For 60 years, the quarters in the tower's powerful beacon were lit with various flammable illuminants. The lighthouse was not electrified until 1944, when generators and an array of batteries were installed, along with a 500-watt light bulb that replaced the old oil vapor lamp. A small motor was installed to rotate the light. Even with the modern equipment, men were still needed to maintain the light. While keeping the beacon lit was significantly easier, life on Stannard Rock was still a constant challenge. By the summer of 1961, the days of the lighthouse keeper were numbered. Lighthouses all over the world were being automated, and this was Stannard Rock's last season of manned operation. Already, a 23-year-old electrician's mate, Oscar Daniels, was posted at the lighthouse station, living and working alongside the keepers. His job was to repair a generator and prepare the light for automation the following season. On the morning of June 18, 1961, Stannard Rock's last head lightkeeper, 34-year-old bosun mate Walter M. Patterson, was on leave. Manning the lighthouse was 35-year-old engineman First Class William Maxwell, 22-year-old seaman Walter Scobie, and 18-year-old seaman Richard Horn. By now, life on Stannard Rock was considerably more comfortable. The men had electric lights, a refrigerator, radio, and even a small TV. Still, it was a lonely and dangerous job. It was a quiet morning. The weather was calm, and the lake was smooth. Walter Scobie was just waking up when suddenly a massive explosion threw him from his bunk on the 4th deck, followed by a rush of heat and flames. As the room filled with billowing smoke, Walter raced down 2 decks to check on his fellow keepers. He found Oscar Daniels dazed on the floor, his legs shattered by a wooden door that exploded in the blast. Walter did his best to attend to Oscar's injuries, but it was clear that they needed to get out of the burning tower as quickly as possible. Fortunately, the thick windows, built to withstand gale force winds and punishing waves, had blown out, giving the men an avenue of escape. They managed to climb out the window and scale a pipe down to the lighthouse's base. The tower looked more like the chimney of a huge factory, belching out a steady stream of thick black smoke. Suddenly, Walter realized that there were 2 men missing. He asked Oscar if he knew where they were. Still dazed, he told him that Richard Horn had gone to the boat. The lighthouse had a small wooden boat, but the blast sent it flying into the lake. Now, its shattered remains were floating away. After the blast, Richard Horn, still dizzy from the explosion, dove into the 40-degree lake to try and retrieve the boat. In his mind, it was their only means of escape, but as the injured man swam away from the lighthouse, the boat only drifted further and further from his reach. Walter saw the man swimming away and called after him. "You'll never catch it," he screamed. Richard was exhausted. He nearly went under when he heard Walter calling to him and came to his senses. Walter threw him a life ring, but it missed. He tried again, this time hitting Richard's hand. He was able to grab a hold, and Walter pulled him to the ladder and helped lift him out of Lake Superior. The 3 men were safe, but one was still missing: 35-year-old William Maxwell. The tower's entry was engulfed in flames, making it impossible to go inside and search. Even if they could, they knew that the blast came from the tower's base, where William was working. It was unlikely that he could have survived. Now, all the 3 men could do was wait. For most of Stannard Rock's history, the men who worked there were completely cut off from the outside world. Their only means of communication would be visual signals from passing ships. But by 1961, radio equipment was finally installed, and the lighthouse made 2 calls a day to Station Marquette to check in and provide updates. The explosion completely destroyed the radio equipment. With no way to call for help, all the men could do was wait. The fire from the explosion burned for 3 hours before the flames eventually died down, but the tower smoldered for days, sending an ominous plume of smoke into the sky. Walter, Richard, and Oscar had no idea how long it would be before they were rescued. They found a tarp and fashioned a makeshift shelter on the south side of the lighthouse. Then they searched the wreckage for food, but all they could find was 2 bottles of ketchup and a single can of beans. They spent their days trying to stay warm while watching the horizon for any passing ship. At night, Walter would climb the tower and send out SOS signals through the lens using a flashlight. This routine lasted for 3 days. Finally, the Coast Guard buoy tender Woodrush appeared on the horizon and sent out a boat to rescue Walter, Richard, and Oscar. They were saved, but William Maxwell was not so lucky. The 35-year-old father of 2 was working in the base of the tower when the explosion occurred. He was likely killed instantly. What set off the blast remains a mystery. The Coast Guard repaired the damaged lighthouse and finished preparing it for automation. The massive Fresnel lens was removed and replaced with a modern plastic optic. Stannard Rock would never be manned again. The Fresnel lens was taken to the Coast Guard station at the Sioux before vanishing. Its whereabouts remained unknown for over 30 years, before it was finally discovered in the basement of the Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut. How it got there is a mystery. In 1999, it was transported back to the Great Lakes, where it was carefully reassembled and put on display at the Marquette Maritime Museum, where you can still pay it a visit today. The Stannard Rock Lighthouse still stands. Despite an explosion and nearly 150 years of punishing wind, surf, and ice, the intricate stonework remains strong. The tower still holds an automated beacon, as well as a National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, weather station, part of the federal government's network of stations that monitor weather across the United States. National weather forecasts are vital to navigation, aviation, storm preparedness, and our everyday lives. In 2015, ownership of the lighthouse was transferred to the Superior Watershed Partnership. the group is currently working to refurbish and preserve Stannard Rock. Today, the tower stands in solitude, its original purpose long since eclipsed. But still it holds firm, reminding us that there was a time when people were willing to put themselves through hell to keep their fellow man safe from the chaos of nature. Lake Erie is a graveyard. There are anywhere from 500 to 2,000 shipwrecks beneath the lake's surface, many of them lost forever in the muck. Most of these ships you've probably never heard of, taking with them the lives of sailors whose names have long since been lost to history. While the larger lakes sometimes overshadow Lake Erie, the smaller lake is notoriously difficult to predict. When the wind shifts, its shallow waters produce massive waves out of nowhere that hit with relentless force, one after another. In October 1916, the remnants of a hurricane from the Gulf of Mexico collided with two other storm systems over the lake's western edge. Dubbed the Black Friday Storm, it was one of the deadliest in Lake Erie history. For those unlucky enough to be caught in the maelstrom, the lake might as well have been a mighty ocean, eager to devour them. While the days of wood and sail were well in the past, the Great Lakes were still dotted with numerous aging schooners up until World War II. These old workhorses couldn't compete with the huge modern steel freighters that came to dominate the lakes, but they still served a purpose, slowly but surely transporting cargo throughout the region. One of these old-timers was the 45-year-old D.L. Filer. Built in Manistee, Michigan by P. Barlow in 1871, the modest schooner measured 156 feet or 47.5 meters in length and came in at just 357 tons. When Captain Madison and his crew of 6 Norwegian sailors set out with a load of coal, it seemed as though it would be a fairly routine mid-October run. But not long after leaving Buffalo, New York, the weather took a turn. You don't spend 45 years on the lakes without experiencing your fair share of rough weather, and the D.L. Filer was no exception. Captain Madison hoped that this would be no different. His small crew beat into the wind, fighting their way to the safety of the Detroit River at the western end of Lake Erie. Little did they know, they were pushing deeper and deeper into the storm. After 2 harrowing days on Friday, October 20th, 1916, the mouth of the river was in sight. But by then, the storm was in full force, and the aging schooner was reaching her end. The battering waves and wind had taken their toll, and the wooden hull was coming apart at the seams. Water was flooding in faster than her pumps could handle. As night fell and the schooner reached Bar Point, she began to founder. Facing a hopeless situation, the crew had no choice but to climb the ship's 2 masts. She sank in relatively shallow waters, only 18 feet deep, so when her hull dropped to the bottom, her masts remained above the churning lake. The 6 crew members managed to scale her foremast, while just Captain Madison scaled the aft mast. But with the pounding storm and the weight of 6 men, the forward mast snapped, sending them flying into the lake. Only one man managed to swim to the aft mast and join Captain Madison. The rest were lost. The 2 men clung for life throughout the night, all the while the storm raged around them. At one point, Captain Madison looked up to see the mast of a ship looming in the darkness. As their salvation drew near, the 2 men screamed at the top of their lungs, trying frantically to get the ship's attention. The steel-hulled steamer passed so close Captain Madison could nearly reach out and touch it. But the unknown ship never slowed, and soon it disappeared into the storm, probably never even hearing the two men begging for their lives. By morning, the two men still hung desperately to the derelict mast. Finally, the storm began to calm, and as the first light of dawn illuminated Lake Erie, they sighted another ship as she emerged from the Detroit River. It was the passenger steamer Western States. This time, the two men had been spotted. Passengers soon lined the decks of the steamer, eager to catch a glimpse. As they neared, Captain Salem Robinson spotted the two men and immediately realized that they had stumbled upon a shipwreck. A boat was lowered and rowed over to them. But just as they approached, the crewman that had joined Captain Madison lost his grip and tumbled into the lake. The exhausted man never resurfaced. Captain Madison was rescued and taken aboard the Western States. For the 7 men on board the small schooner, he was the only survivor. But the DL Filer wasn't Lake Erie's only victim that night. 1916 marked a period of change on the Great Lakes. Before war broke out in Europe in 1914, the region experienced an economic downturn that left many sailors out of work, while even large modern freighters sat out some or all of the season. But the war provided a jolt to the economy and sent America's industrial engine roaring back to life, even though it would be another year before the United States formally entered the war. Shipping all over the world was changing. New regulations, some prompted by the Titanic disaster, made ships safer than they had ever been before. Wireless equipment became a lifeline, allowing ships to share information about weather and other hazards, as well as call for help in an emergency. But on the Great Lakes during the First World War, most ships had yet to introduce these innovations. Safety equipment was expensive, radios required operators, and all of this felt unnecessary for the great lumbering lake freighters. And while a new generation of steel freighters were coming to dominate the lakes, an aging fleet of wooden-hulled freighters continued to operate well into the 20th century. These ships operated much the way they did 50 years before. When a storm hit, the only warning was usually a barometer and a captain's intuition. Seldom was a navigator lucky enough to see a storm warning while passing by a weather station, and even if a warning was posted, they were often inaccurate and captains were apt to ignore them. Delaying a voyage because of a false weather report could end a career. The Marshall F. Butters was one of these old-time wooden-hulled freighters. The 164-foot or 50-meter-long steamer first entered service on June 2, 1882, carrying lumber and other cargo throughout the lakes. Operated by just 13 men and loaded with a cargo of shingles and board lumber, the Butters crossed the mouth of the Detroit River and entered Lake Erie just as the storm began picking up on Friday, October 20th. Almost immediately, the old freighter was hammered by wind and waves that seemed to come out of nowhere. Her cargo began to shift in the churning seas, and the Butters quickly took on a dangerous list. Captain McClure knew that his ship was in serious danger. He shouted to his crew to trim cargo for their lives. The crew raced to secure the shifting cargo, but it was too late. The Butters was taking on water fast. The situation was dire. Captain McClure grabbed the ship's whistle and let out a desperate distress signal, but there was no one close enough to hear them over the roaring storm. Soon the lake came crashing into her engine room and extinguished her boilers. She quickly lost power and began to drift, completely at the mercy of the storm. Captain McClure ordered an abandoned ship, and a lifeboat was launched with 10 men. The captain and 2 other men remained on the foundering ship so McClure could keep sounding the ship's whistle. The Butters was going down 10 miles southeast of Southeast Shoal. It was a busy area, but once their ship was gone, a tiny lifeboat would surely get lost in the maelstrom. Incredibly, 2 steamers responded to the calls for help. Soon the Frank R. Billings and the F.G. Hartwell approached the scene. Captain Cody on the Billings never actually heard the calls for help, but he sighted the puffs of white steam coming from the sinking freighter and recognized the telltale signs of a ship in distress. With winds raging around them at 70 miles per hour or more, Captain Cody dropped oil to calm the water around the sinking ship and sent out a line. It was by far the worst storm the old captain had ever seen on the Great Lakes. Miraculously, all 13 men from the Marshall F. Butters were rescued. They watched from the safety of the Billings as their freighter was swallowed by Lake Erie. But the other victims of the Black Friday storm would not be so lucky. Up on Lake Huron, the steel-hulled freighters SS Britain and SS Merida followed the same path. Visibility was poor and the lake was choppy, but the 2 ships were able to make good headway as they sailed south for Buffalo. It was a relief when the lights of Port Huron came into view just as the sun was setting. But their voyages were far from over as they checked down their engines and began the painstaking task of navigating the narrow, windswept St. Clair River. A storm was building, making it tough to see what lay ahead, but still they pressed forward, their horns blasting in a signal to each passing ship. All the while, the Britain and the Merida stayed within only a couple hundred yards of one another. The 2 ships were nearly the same age and followed the same design as most every other steel freighter on the lakes. The Britain was built by the Globe Iron Works in Cleveland, Ohio, and launched on December 30th, 1890. She measured 312 feet or 95 meters in length. The Merida was built just 3 years later by F.W. Wheeler & Co. in West Bank City, Michigan, and launched on May 11, 1893. She came in at 377 feet or 115 meters in length. For 2 years, she shared the title Queen of the Lakes with the Curry and the Centurion, the unofficial title for the longest ship on the lakes. By daybreak on the morning of Friday, October 20th, they made their way past Detroit and entered Lake Erie. As they rounded Bar Point and set their course for Buffalo, the weather took a major turn for the worst. Now clear of the protected river, their steel hulls were immediately inundated by massive waves. It was obvious that this would be a challenging run. On the bridge of the Britain, Captain J.F. Massey didn't like what he saw. Waves already broke over his spar deck, and it felt like things were only going to get worse. Trusting his intuition, he decided to wait it out. He steered the Britain toward the safety of Cedar Point and dropped anchor. They would wait out the storm, sheltered from the brutal wind and waves. While Captain Massey and his first mate settled in for a long day, they watched as the lights of the Merida vanished into the building storm. Captain Harry L. Jones must have believed that the Merida could handle what Lake Erie had in store. Whether his confidence came from his sturdy and reliable freighter, or a belief that the storm would settle, will never be known. The Merida, and all 23 souls on board, vanished in the Black Friday storm. Not a single man on board survived. What exactly went wrong that night, whether her hatches broke open, her hull ripped apart, or if she rolled into a trough, will never be known. A few days after the storm had cleared, a freighter came across a grisly sight. The bodies of a dozen or so men floating together in the waters of Lake Erie. They all wore life preservers, bearing the name Merida. It was Captain Walter J. Grashaw's first voyage in command of the James B. Colgate. He'd been with the freighter for over 10 years, serving as her first mate, so he knew her well. The tough old ship had carried him through plenty of storms in the past, so as she was loaded with coal in Buffalo, New York, the building rain and wind wasn't a major concern. Even if it was, he had to prove himself to his new employers. Too many delays, and this would surely be his only season in command of a lake boat. The James B. Colgate was one of 44 whaleback freighters built between 1887 and 1898 on the Great Lakes. She was constructed by the American Steel Barge Company in Superior, Wisconsin, and launched in 1892. Measuring 308 feet or 94 meters in length, she featured a unique cigar-shaped hull. While briefly thought to be unsinkable, whaleback freighters were built to efficiently cut through the water. But these designs, often called pig boats by their crew, came with significant limitations. Water would wash over their decks even in calm seas. Their small hatches were prone to damage, and their low profile was difficult to see from other ships, causing numerous collisions. For these reasons and more, these designs quickly fell out of favor. But these ships were tough, and the James B. Colgate sailed for 24 years without any major incidents. Now, as Captain Grashaw looked out at the growing storm, he felt like his ship could make it. The Colgate pushed away from the pier just after midnight on the morning of Friday, October 20th. As she moved toward Lake Erie, she passed numerous other freighters anchored behind the breakwater. Their captains had all decided that it was best to wait out the coming storm. For the next several hours, the Colgate battled her way forward. Bearing into the gale, the freighter barely made any headway at all. By the evening, she was only just passing Long Point, only a fraction of the progress she would normally make. Her tarpaulins had already been shredded, but the fierce wind and waves, paired with her whaleback design, made it impossible for her crew to venture out and secure the hatches. They were at the mercy of the storm, and it was clear that the hatches wouldn't hold. Soon enough water flowed into her cargo holds that her coal began to shift, sloshing back and forth as the ship hobbled forward. By 8 p.m., she was listing badly. Suddenly, the bulkhead of her forward deckhouse ripped open, sending water flowing into her forecastle and windlass room. The ship began settling by the bow. Captain Grashaw was faced with every captain's worst nightmare: the realization that there was nothing he could do to save his ship or its crew. Outside the pilot house, hurricane-force winds ripped over the lake, and massive waves washed over them one after another. It was impossible to imagine anyone surviving in the churning water. Captain Grashaw and his crew of 25 men gathered up top at 10 p.m., just as the bow plunged beneath the waves. In an instant, the James B. Colgate was gone, throwing the men to the mercy of Lake Erie. Captain Grashaw found himself in chaos. All around him, his crew struggled to keep above the churning water. Their life preservers weren't enough in the storm. Grashaw nearly went under himself, but just as he was about to take his final breath, something bumped into him. It was the Colgate's raft. A crude 5x5 platform. A crude 5x5 platform. Two men had already managed to climb aboard, and they helped lift the captain onto the raft. The rest of the crew vanished into the storm. For hours, the three men, Captain Grashaw, a stoker, and an engineer, struggled to keep on the tiny raft as it was thrown about in the waves. In the words of Captain Grashaw, "We rode the tiny raft like a bobsled. Three of us flat on our bellies, rising, then falling along with invisible tracks like men trapped on an eternal roller coaster." Suddenly, a massive wave flipped the raft, sending the three men tumbling into the lake. Captain Grashaw and the engineer managed to climb back on top, but the stoker was gone. Hours passed, and again a wave flipped the raft. This time, only Captain Grashaw was able to pull himself back on the raft. The engineer never resurfaced. Captain Grashaw was alone. He drifted on the raft for a day and a half. At one point, a steamer passed in the night, but they failed to spot the marooned man. Finally, on the morning of Sunday, October 22nd, the car ferry Marquette and Bessemer No. 2 came into view. Ironically, this was the Marquette and Bessemer No. 2 that replaced the original only a year after she was lost on Lake Erie in 1909. Captain Grashaw, nearly dead, was lifted aboard. He was the only survivor of the 26 men who went down with the James B. Colgate. He would spend the rest of his life knowing that he couldn't save his ship or his men. The Black Friday storm is often forgotten today, but it claimed the lives of 49 sailors, making it one of the deadliest storms in Great Lakes history. The murky waters of Lake Erie hold secrets of their own. April 1914 was a strange time on the Great Lakes. Work was scarce. Despite a mild winter, it looked as though many ships might remain laid up as the season got underway. But of course, as the weather warmed and what little ice had built up melted away, a handful of ships set out on their first voyages, hoping to eke some profit out of a difficult year. While sailors dread the Witch of November, early season runs can prove equally treacherous. No sooner had many of these ships set out in April 1914, without warning, a brutal nor'easter swept over the lakes, bringing high winds, monstrous waves, and blinding snow squalls. For Captain Millen on the Daniel J. Morrell, the weather was par for the course. The 609-foot Morrell was one of the largest ships on the lakes, easily capable of handling a storm of such magnitude. As they plowed through the turbulent waves at the western end of Lake Superior near Knife Island, he spotted the lights of two other ships fighting the tempest. It was around 3 a.m. and visibility was poor, but he watched as the two lights weaved and bobbed in the distance. Then, one of the lights suddenly disappeared. Captain Millen searched the horizon, but the light was gone. It was a disquieting sight, but the experienced captain figured that the ship must have been enveloped in a snow squall that hid it from his view. He turned his attention back to fighting his way through the storm. The Daniel J. Morrell easily survived that night. Her time would come decades later. But what Captain Millen saw was probably the final moments of the ill-fated Benjamin Noble. John Eisenhart, or Johnny as his friends and family knew him, spent more of his life on the lakes than he did on land. His father and grandfather worked on lake freighters, and when he was a child in Milwaukee, he spent most of his free time at the docks. He took the first job that he could and worked hard to earn his master's certification when he was just 26 years old. While serving as first mate on another bulk freighter, he only narrowly survived when his ship sank near the Manitou Islands. The only man to make it off the ship alive, he drifted for hours in a life raft before he was rescued. This brush with death didn't deter him. After 5 years of serving as a first mate on various other ships, he was elevated to captain at just age 31, the youngest master on the lakes at the time. His first charge would be the Benjamin Noble. Built by the Detroit Shipbuilding Company in Wyandotte, Michigan, the Noble was launched on April 28, 1909. She was constructed for the Capital Transportation Company, their only vessel. Designed to traverse the canals of the St. Lawrence Seaway, the Noble was a modest freighter even when she was built. She measured just 239 feet or 73 meters in length, with a beam of 40 feet or 12 meters, and came in at 1,481 tons. She was powered by a single triple expansion steam engine that drove a single 12-foot propeller. At her full 800 horsepower, she just barely breached 11 knots. She was specially designed to carry steel rail cargo, but she could also handle stone, coal, scrap iron, pulpwood, and other general cargo. Her 7 hatches were designed to accommodate large, unwieldy cargo like railroad rails. She was also equipped with 2 large booms forward and aft that allowed her to load and unload cargo without dockside assistance. Her forward and aft deckhouses were elevated, and her spar deck was uniquely low, leaving her with very little freeboard when fully loaded. The Benjamin Noble was built to be a workhorse, and like all ships on the Great Lakes, she was frequently pushed to her limits, but for the first 4 years of her short career she performed well. As preparations began for the 1914 season, there was no reason to believe that the modest freighter should encounter any real problems, especially as the mild winter hinted at a long and hopefully profitable season. (1914) was a difficult year on the lakes. Before the Great War, the United States economy was in recession. The downturn hit the Great Lakes region particularly hard. Hundreds of thousands of sailors, dockhands, and factory workers were all out of work in the spring of 1914. The reduced demand for iron, coal, and limestone left many of the large bulk carriers in limbo, their captains waiting to hear if their ships would come out of layup or if they would sit out the season entirely. For others, an early start seemed like the only way to eke a profit out of what looked to be a year of losses. For a modest ship like the Benjamin Noble, this offered an opportunity. Too small to efficiently carry iron ore or stone, she was well suited to carry materials and goods still needed all over the lakes. Railroads needed to be built and maintained no matter what. By early April, the Noble was brought out of layup and prepared to start the season. Her new captain, John Eisenhart, was eager to prove himself when he pulled his freighter into Conneaut, Ohio on April 16, 1914. A long line of railroad cars filled with brand new rails from the Cambria Steel Company were waiting to be loaded onto the Noble. Their destination was Duluth, Minnesota, at the other end of the lakes. Captain Eisenhart was horrified when he looked at the long line of fully loaded train cars. He remarked to a dock worker that it looked to be enough cargo for 2 voyages. But the Noble's managers were eager to deliver as much as possible on this first trip and stressed to the young captain that a speedy delivery would be critical to ensure a successful season with many repeat orders. The moment the Noble was secured, loading began. The rails were loaded in layers separated by wooden blocks to prevent shifting. Fortunately, rails tended to be a fairly stable cargo. But with each new layer, the Noble settled deeper and deeper into the water. As the ship's freeboard dwindled, Eisenhart's anxiety grew. Ultimately, he had the final say in how heavy his ship was loaded. But he was new on the job, and times were hard. There were dozens, if not hundreds of captains with vastly more experience who would gladly take his place if he refused to sail. If there was a problem on his first voyage, he would never master a ship on the lakes again. So he trusted that the Noble's owners knew how much she could handle, and he prayed for calm weather. Loading was painfully slow. Each rail had to be carefully placed and secured. Her normal load draft was 17 feet. Soon the water reached the 18-foot mark, and it crept ever higher as the ship grew heavier and heavier. Finally, after 6 days, Captain Eisenhart decided that his ship could take no more. 2 more railcars sat on the pier ready to be loaded, but enough was enough. He was ready to sail. Apparently, the dock foreman, concerned with how low she sat in the water, questioned Eisenhart if some of the cargo should be removed. The captain shrugged off the suggestion and said that it would be okay. He would just hug the shore. Another dock worker was said to remark that there was no way the ship would make it all the way to Duluth. Someone even took a photo as the ship left harbor, amazed at how low she sat in the water. Her normal freeboard was already only 4 feet. It's clear looking at the photo that she was well past that when she departed Kanya on the morning of April 22, 1914. Captain Eisenhart was young, but he had to know as he pulled into Lake Erie that he was playing with fate. If he had any concerns about his overloaded ship, the weather Captain Eisenhart encountered as he sailed west on Lake Erie likely set his mind at ease. While the Benjamin Noble moved slowly due to her heavy cargo, the first several days of the voyage were smooth and peaceful. But when they reached the Sioux Locks and waited for their turn to enter Lake Superior, rumors began circulating that stormy weather lay just over the horizon. However, no official gale warning was issued until after the Noble passed through the locks and began her voyage up Lake Superior. Almost as soon as the freighter crested the horizon, warning flags were hoisted over the weather signal towers at the locks. Had Captain Eisenhart seen these warnings, he would almost certainly have retreated to a safe anchorage. Instead, on the evening of April 25th, the Benjamin Noble sailed north, having no idea what the lake had in store. The modest lumber carrier Norwalk followed close behind as the 2 ships passed through the Sioux and ventured across Lake Superior. Captained by Frank Goodrow, the wooden-hulled freighter was roughly the same size as the Noble, coming in just a few feet longer. But importantly, the 1,007-ton ship carried a significantly lighter cargo. As he made his way up the lake, Captain Eisenhart's heart sank when a wall of mist overtook the Noble. As his barometer fell, the mist and fog turned into heavy rain. His worst fear had come true. The Benjamin Noble had stumbled into the heart of a brutal nor'easter. Soon, massive following seas pushed the Noble forward with huge swells that smashed into her stern and washed over her decks. Chief Engineer A.C. Cozier fought valiantly to maintain level revolutions as the ship's propeller lifted in and out of the churning water. Few could have anticipated the ferocity of the storm. Full gale-force winds lashed at the eastern coast of Minnesota, easily surpassing 60 miles per hour. Trees and power lines came toppling down. In Duluth, storefront windows smashed open and small structures collapsed. In Superior, the trestles holding a coal-loading machine buckled, sending the machinery crashing down onto the ship dock below. Wind and waves knocked out the southern light marking the entrance to the Duluth Canal. A keeper who raced out to restore the vital light was swept away when a wave smashed over the pier. Without the vital light, the tricky canal entrance was nearly impossible to navigate as ships raced to Duluth for safety. A ship called the Minneapolis, loaded with shingles and lumber, only barely made it out of the harbor when the storm hit. Forced to turn back, the shingles loaded on her deck were washed away as swells swept over the ship. As Duluth came into view, her captain was horrified to see that only one light marked the canal. This was the same situation that doomed the Mataafa only a few years before when she crashed into one of the piers, hopelessly stranding the massive freighter. Now the captain of the Minneapolis had to make a guess. Was he looking at the north or the south light? Fortunately, he guessed correctly, and the Minneapolis made it to safety in the sheltered harbor. But the Benjamin Noble and the Norwalk were still miles from safety. It was clear to Captain Goodrow on the Norwalk that the Noble was having a more difficult time navigating the storm. While the lighter Norwalk lifted and fell in the waves, the heavily laden Noble smashed through them. By the afternoon of April 27th, the Norwalk overtook the struggling Noble, but the two ships remained within sight of one another. But sometime in the night, the Noble vanished from view. Captain Goodrow had to hope that his companion was simply lost in a squall. Just before dawn at 4:30 a.m. on April 28th, the Norwalk finally limped into Duluth. Captain Goodrow assumed that the Benjamin Noble would arrive only an hour or so later, but as the sun rose and the hours passed, his heart sank when the Noble failed to appear. On the night the Benjamin Noble disappeared, a woman in Duluth sat in her darkened living room and watched the storm. Her home had a perfect view of Lake Superior. As the storm raged, the lights of a freighter appeared far out on the lake. The ship was obviously in distress, struggling to make headway through the maelstrom. Suddenly, the lights disappeared. The woman called her daughter, who lived nearby, to tell her what she saw. Her daughter told her that she heard the faint sounds of a ship's whistle, crying out only moments earlier. The sighting was quickly connected to the missing Benjamin Noble. The extinguished light at the harbor entrance was immediately blamed. When the storm knocked out the kerosene lamp marking the southern pier of the canal, the harbor entrance became a death trap. Captain Patterson of the Minneapolis, who risked it all in his dash for shelter that night, posited that Captain Eisenhart might have been faced with the same dilemma. But instead of taking a chance on the narrow, unmarked channel, he turned back to the lake, where his ship was eventually overtaken by the storm. But other sightings placed the ill-fated freighter several miles further up the lake. In the early morning hours of April 28th, Captain Millen of the Daniel J. Morrell spotted two distinct sets of lights struggling near Knife Island. This was around the time and place that Captain Goodrow of the Norwalk overtook the Noble. Not long after Captain Millen spotted the lights, one disappeared in the tempest. Another captain on a steamer called the Lakeport also sighted what he thought was the Noble, sailing 5 miles behind him near two harbors. He also saw the light disappear. All of these sightings would suggest that the Benjamin Noble never made it to Duluth, and the extinguished light played no role in the disaster. All of these captains were faced with a ferocious storm that seemed to come out of nowhere, and they were all way too far away to be sure that the disappearing lights meant disaster. In low visibility, trapped in the vortex of a storm, another ship's lights can appear and disappear with the changing weather. They wouldn't have been able to investigate or render assistance. This was also just before radios became more common, so most ships had no way of calling for help. The Benjamin Noble was on her own. If there was any doubt that the Noble ran into trouble, the coming days would make her fate painfully clear. While patrolling the beach near Minnesota Point, a surfman with the U.S. Life-Saving Service came across the telltale signs of a wreck. He found oars, clothing, pieces of a shattered pilot house, lifebelts, and various other debris. Most telling, he found 3 large wooden hatch covers that matched those on the Noble. Search parties were sent to scour the beaches for more wreckage or bodies, but not a single man who served on the Benjamin Noble was ever found. It was also the first run of the season, so there wasn't even a complete list of crewmen on board. There were anywhere from 16 to 20 victims, and only 13 names are known for sure. Among them were the young 31-year-old Captain John Eisenhart and his mate George R. Longley, a resident of St. Catharines, Canada. There was also Chief Engineer Alvin Kozier, who went by AC. Hailing from Port Clinton, Ohio, AC was joined by his brother Joel and his son Frank, both of which worked as oilers. It seems that the engine crew was almost entirely from Ohio, the deck crew was Canadian, and the galley crew were New Yorkers. What happened to them in those final moments is largely unknown. And for nearly 90 years, the Benjamin Noble was completely lost to Lake Superior. But then, one late afternoon in October 2004, shipwreck hunters spotted a large hole using side-scan sonar. They soon confirmed that the wreck was the Benjamin Noble, sitting 306 feet below the surface, almost exactly where Captain Millen of the Morel spotted her lights go out 90 years before. The wreck offered a harrowing look into the freighter's violent final moments. Her bow probably hit the bottom with tremendous force, carving a 60-foot swath into the mud. Her hull is almost entirely buried, but what's visible shows extensive damage. Her aft deckhouse had imploded, another sign of an abrupt and violent end. While it's impossible to say with any certainty what exactly doomed the Noble that night, when a less capable ship like the Norwalk managed to survive, the condition of her wreck does support the theory that she was overloaded. Interestingly, the Benjamin Noble carried 2,900 tons of cargo. She was actually rated to carry 3,000. On paper at least, she probably could have accommodated the final 2 rail cars of cargo that Captain Eisenhart refused back in Conneaut. But all signs suggest that he had already taken on more than his ship could realistically handle. But he had no choice. His managers only cared about profit. The men who delivered it were not important. Not long after the Noble's disappearance, John Eisenhart's sister received a letter that he had sent to her from the Sioux on April 25th. In the letter, Johnny told her that he was afraid for the final leg of the voyage. He was frightened because he knew that his ship was dangerously overloaded. I am the last one left alive, freezing and starving to death on Isle Royale in Lake Superior. I just want Mom and Dad to know my fate. These were the final words of the SS Kamloops, found floating in a message in a bottle. It was located near the mouth of the Agawa River by a trapper in December 1928, a year after the Kamloops vanished with all hands during a storm on Lake Superior. The message was written by Alice Bettridge, a young assistant stewardess on the Kamloops. Her final words paint a depressingly hopeless fate, and for nearly 50 years, her despairing message and a few frozen bodies and objects were the only traces of the 250-foot package freighter ever found. The Kamloops soon became one of the most infamous ghost ships of the Great Lakes. But then, half a century later, on August 21st, 1977, a wreck was discovered northwest of Isle Royale. Lying on its side, the wreck was remarkably well preserved by the frigid waters of Lake Superior. It was soon confirmed that it was indeed the ghostly Kamloops. Hoping to solve her mystery, divers combed over the wreck, searching for clues that could explain what ultimately doomed the small freighter and her crew. They found a world frozen in time. As they explored deeper into the wreck, they discovered shoes, clothing, food, and numerous other personal objects perfectly preserved as if they were plucked from the day they were lost. Then a diver went deeper, climbing into the bowels of the ship. Down a stairway, he found her engine room, again perfectly preserved. As he explored the ghostly space, he noticed something move out of the corner of his eye. He whirled around, and to his horror, he was confronted by a ghostly white figure, floating only a few feet away from him. It was the body of a crew member, mummified by the frigid lake water, entombed forever in the engine where he worked 50 years before. While horrifying at first, the body is a grim reminder that the Kamloops took 22 lives with her the night she succumbed to the fury of Lake Superior. What ultimately sealed their fate remains a mystery. The Kamloops was nothing to write home about. She wasn't one of the massive bulk freighters that came to dominate the Great Lakes in the early half of the 20th century. Instead, she was small and economical, designed to traverse the Canadian canals of the St. Lawrence River. Built in England at the Furness Shipbuilding Company in Durham, Yard Number 68 was launched on May 20th, 1924. Coming in at just 250 feet or 76 meters in length, with a beam of 43 feet or 13 meters, the 2,402-ton package freighter was designed to carry general cargo to smaller ports all over the Great Lakes. She was given 2 rigged masts to help load and unload cargo, and she was powered by a single triple expansion steam engine that could produce around 1,000 horsepower and achieve a speed of around 9.5 knots. She was operated by 22 crew members. Work began almost immediately. After completing her sea trials on July 5, 1924, the Kamloops, named after the city in British Columbia, was sent to Denmark to pick up a load of freight before traveling to her new home across the Atlantic in Montreal. Once she arrived in the Great Lakes, she began the grueling schedule typical of a lake freighter. She was used to carry all sorts of goods from Montreal up to the small but growing Canadian ports that dotted Thunder Bay, Ontario. Her holds carried everything from grain and other bulk goods to consumer products like clothing, food, and industrial parts. She would sail as late into the season as possible, usually weeks or even months after many of the larger freighters were laid up for the season. Demand was high, and for many small communities in the upper Great Lakes, these shipments would be the last supplies to arrive before the long and brutal winter months left them virtually cut off from the outside world. These late-season voyages were treacherous, but most importantly to our owners, they were profitable. Captains earned their reputations through numbers. More runs meant more profit. A captain willing to dare the late-season gales could edge up his ship's numbers. While it was ultimately the captain's decision whether or not his ship sailed, there was considerable pressure from management to take risks. Heavy weather captains were rewarded with bonuses and career security. Time and time again throughout her short career, the Kamloops was pushed to her limits. In 1924, she was the last vessel of the season to pass through the Sault Ste. Marie Canal. In 1926, she became icebound on the St. Mary's River trying to carry out a late-season run. She remained trapped in the ice for 9 days before she was finally dislodged on December 11. Her owners, the Canadian Steamship Lines, released a statement claiming that the incident would not deter them because something like that only happened once every 50 years. The company pushed the Kamloops back into service as soon as they could the following year. A season that would prove to be her last. Captain William Bryan spent his life on the lakes. Born in Kingston, Ontario, Bryan's father taught him how to sail at an early age. When he was 21, he took a job on a lake freighter. For the next 21 years, he rose through the ranks, working on the Kenora and the Seguin, before eventually taking command of the Kamloops. By 1927, the 45-year-old captain was known as a skilled navigator who ran a happy ship. The Kamloops was held to a grueling schedule and spent a great deal of time waiting for locks and sitting in ports as cargo was loaded and unloaded. The long periods of downtime gave Captain Bryan and his crew plenty of time to bond, and these close ties were further strengthened by the often difficult sailing conditions the ship encountered during her late and early season runs. Late season runs were always riddled with anxiety. Crews were tired and anxious to begin their winter leave. The weather was often brutal and unpredictable. As fall gave way to winter, a relatively pleasant day could dissolve into a nightmare in just a few hours. Captain Bryan was no doubt eager to bring the season to an end, as his ship was loaded with cargo in Port Colborne, Ontario on December 1, 1927. She carried a diverse cargo that included coiled wire, salt, candy, shoes, building supplies, and parts for paper-making machinery. The weather forecast was ominously ambiguous, with a cold front predicted to sweep down over the lakes from northern Canada. Captain Bryan knew that meant rough weather was coming, but when and how rough was anyone's guess. The best he could do for his ship and the 21 crew members on board was to finish the run as quickly as possible. As soon as the Kamloops cleared the dock, he ordered full ahead, sailing as quickly as their modest engine could carry them up the lakes. To his relief, as they crossed Lake Erie and began up Lake Huron, the weather held up well. But by the time they reached Sault Ste. Marie, things took a turn while they waited to pass through the locks. The wind picked up dramatically and temperatures plummeted. Lake Superior was whipped into a frenzy. The opportunity to finish this last run in peace seemed to have passed. At the locks, Captain Bryan wrote an anxious letter to his wife, telling her that the weather was bad and he would need to anchor near Whitefish Point to wait out the storm. Late season gales were brutal, but they often passed quickly. This would delay his return home, but it would hopefully save him and his crew from a punishing run up Lake Superior. After clearing the Sioux, the Kamloops joined a small fleet of freighters that made the same decision to wait out the storm in the protected bay. For 2 days, wind, waves, and snow lashed at the sheltering ships, but for now, they were safe. After spending 2 days sheltering in Whitefish Bay, Captain Bryan found himself in an increasingly impossible situation. The weather was not letting up. If anything, it seemed to be getting worse. He realized that his prudence 2 days ago might have trapped him into an even more brutal run up Lake Superior. There was enormous pressure to finish the run. Every day that his ship sat anchored, they were bleeding money. If the weather got any worse, and it seemed to be deteriorating rapidly, he could risk not finishing the run at all, putting his career in serious jeopardy. As the storm grew worse, it seemed that it was now or never. So on December 5th, Captain Bryan decided that the Kamloops would press on. Other captains made the same decision. Another ship, the 283-foot Quedagh, was bound for Port Arthur and joined the Kamloops on her dash up Lake Superior. Their departure unfortunately coincided with a second, significantly more brutal cold front. Temperatures plummeted to as low as -38 degrees Fahrenheit. The snow was relentless, plunging those unlucky enough to be out on Lake Superior into a whiteout. Downbound ships limped into the Sioux, completely covered in a thick layer of ice. This was the maelstrom Kamloops and Quedagh sailed into when they left the safety of Whitefish Bay. Neither ship had a radio, and visibility was so bad that they could barely see each other's lights through the blizzard. The Quedagh led the way, while the Kamloops followed not far behind. Captain Roy Simpson of the Quedagh was essentially sailing blind as they inched further north, praying for the lights of safety. By dusk on the night of December 6th, Simpson knew that they had to be close to the rocky shoreline of Isle Royale, but he couldn't be sure where. Suddenly, a lookout shouted, "Rocks dead ahead." Captain Simpson sprang into action and grabbed the wheel himself, turning hard to starboard. After an agonizing few moments, his ship responded, narrowly avoiding the deadly rocks. When he was sure that his ship had avoided immediate disaster, he looked back to search for the Kamloops. Through the chaos, he could just barely make out her lights through the storm. He knew he had to warn them, and he let out a series of blasts from his horn. Not long after he sent the warning, the Kamloops disappeared in the maelstrom. Captain Simpson was still hours away from safety. He had to turn his attention to keeping his ship on course, fighting to avoid falling into a deadly trough. Fortunately, the Quedagh made it through the night. Captain Simpson and his crew were probably the last people to ever see the lights of the Kamloops. As the storm clouds cleared and ships limped into port, no one thought much about the missing Kamloops. Many thought that the small package freighter either found a sheltered inlet to ride out the storm, or at worst ran aground on some remote shore. Even Captain Simpson of the Quedagh, who warned the Kamloops about the rocks off Isle Royale, didn't think much of the ship's delayed arrival. While he was pretty sure that they probably didn't hear his warning calls over the roar of the storm, he assumed that any competent lookout could see the danger in time, just as they had on his ship. But as the days passed, concern grew. Finally, on December 12th, a party was sent to search for the missing ship. The Midland Prince, the Islet Prince, and a small fleet of fishing vessels scoured the area around Isle Royale, but no trace of the Kamloops or her crew were found. Being so late in the season, the weather quickly deteriorated, and by December 22nd, the search was unfortunately called off. The Kamloops was declared a loss with all hands, and the mystery of her final moments seemed like they would go unsolved. Then came a gruesome discovery on Isle Royale. On May 26, 1928, after the winter ice thawed away, a fisherman named David Lind was retrieving nets when he came across two bodies clad in life preservers near 12 o'clock point on the northwest coast of Isle Royale. Their vests were clearly labeled with the stenciled word, Kamloops. The Coast Guard cutter Crawford was dispatched to collect the remains and search the area. The receding ice revealed numerous remnants of the ill-fated ship. Life rings, broken hatch covers, cargo, pieces of her shattered pilot house, half a lifeboat, oars, and even Captain Bryan's personal trunk were found littered around the beach. On June 4th, 6 more bodies were discovered, painting a horrifying picture of what happened that night. All but one, first mate Honoré Guinness, wore life jackets, and a lifeboat found nearby made it clear that these crew members had enough time to flee the Kamloops and make it to shore. The sub-zero temperatures, lashing wind, and unrelenting snow made survival all but impossible. While it's unlikely anyone survived more than a few hours, there were signs that someone tried to build a makeshift shelter. The horrors of the night were beginning to reveal themselves, but the mystery of the Kamloops' final moments remained unsolved. She became another ghost ship, lost to Lake Superior. It's one thing to imagine what the crew of the Kamloops went through in their final moments. It's another to hear it from them directly. Almost a full year after the tragedy, a trapper named Louis Coutu was hunting near the Agawa River in Ontario, just north of Sault Ste. Marie, when he came across a bottle floating in the mouth of the river. It contained a chilling note, scrawled in neat but desperate handwriting. He initially proposed selling the letter, but after the proposal sparked outrage, he turned it over to the family of the letter's writer, Alice Bettridge, a 23-year-old assistant stewardess on the Kamloops. Initially, the letter was thought to be a hoax, but Alice's family confirmed that the neat handwriting was a match. The letter offered a tragic window into Alice's final moments. "I am the last one left alive, freezing and starving to death on Isle Royal in Lake Superior. I just want Mom and Dad to know my fate." For the next 50 years, that was it. Nothing more was found, and the mystery of the Kamloops faded into local legend. A ghost story told around the mess table on cold winter nights on Lake Superior. But as the years went on, interest in the mystery endured. By the late 1970s, new sonar and diving technology offered tantalizing hope the ghost ship could maybe be found. Enthusiasts knew the general area where the Kamloops met her fate. Roy Oberg, a local fisherman and helmsman of the Voyager ferry that serviced Isle Royal, began searching the area with side-scan sonar. Eventually, he came across a large object resting on the lake bed near 12 o'clock point. Oberg told a group of local divers about the find, and soon Ken Merriman, Randy Salter, and Ken Engelbrecht began diving the area, looking for traces of the mysterious object. On August 21st, 1977, they came across the telltale signs of a shipwreck. Bundles of pipes, a ladder, and a brass barrel were scattered across the lake bed. They ventured further, slowly and methodically, until finally they came upon what they were searching for. A large mass looming before them. It was a shipwreck. They were only able to get a quick look at the mysterious wreck before they had to head back to the surface. Nothing was certain. An unknown wreck can always surprise divers, but they were almost sure that this was the fabled Kamloops. They kept their find a secret until they could return the following summer. It was on this dive that they found what they were looking for. Her stern nameplate still bearing the name Kamloops. It was an incredible find. The remarkably well-preserved wreck offered a tantalizing window into the past. Shoes, clothing, even boxes of Lifesavers candy, their wrappers still pristine, though the candy inside dissolved away long ago. But the wreck held a more somber reminder of the people that once lived and worked on the ill-fated package freighter. Inside were bodies, mummified by the icy waters of Lake Superior, still floating where they died. Janet Grafton, who went by Nettie, the Kamloops' first stewardess, began working on the lakes in 1908. She was known for her infectious smile and radiant, jolly energy. Everyone loved her. In a letter written only days before the tragedy, she told a friend that 1927 would be her last season on the lakes. Her body is among those entombed in the wreck. A man floats in the engine room, dubbed Old Whitey due to his ghostly white appearance. He has become ingrained in the Kamloops legend. Divers note that you can still see the wedding ring on his finger. The discovery of the Kamloops offered some clues to what happened the night she sank. Her rudder and screws are in good condition, and her engine room telegraph was set at the finish with engines position, suggesting that her engines were shut off before she went down. Some believe that her smokestack broke away during the storm, rendering her boilers inoperable. Left powerless, she eventually succumbed to the raging wind and waves. Others believe she struck rocks and drifted for some time before finally sinking. There was, after all, enough time for a lifeboat to get free from the doomed freighter. It's also possible that she capsized after becoming hopelessly covered in ice. Ultimately, we'll never know what exactly brought down the freighter. Alice's body was among those found in Isle Royale in 1928. She was identified by her teeth. Nettie was the only other woman on board, and her teeth were false. In her note, she says, "Tell them it was just me who is not dead." She wrote in the past tense. A chilling acknowledgement that the end was near. It's a feeling none of us know. The imminent certainty that you are about to die. It's hard to imagine the fury of Lake Superior when the weather changes in an instant and a peaceful day turns into a nightmare. On May 10, 1953, the nearly 13,000-ton Wilfred Sykes, one of the largest bulk carriers on the lakes, was in the middle of a routine voyage. The weather was unseasonably warm, with temperatures in the mid-70s. Lake Superior was as smooth as a pond. Weather forecast warned that a minor squall, with winds reaching 30 miles per hour, would pass over the lakes that day. But this caused little concern. Almost every ship on the lakes at the time could handle that, and much worse. As the day went on, the weather indeed took a turn. The wind whipped at Lake Superior, building swells that crashed into the Sykes with surprising force. As night fell, it was clear that the weather forecast woefully underestimated the strength of the storm. But the Sykes was large, nearly brand new, and well designed. She was perfectly capable of riding out the storm. On her bridge the next morning, still fighting the storm, First Mate David Kinnear manned his post alongside Captain George Fisher. Suddenly, a call for help crackled over her radio. The desperate plea came from Captain Albert Stiglin of the Henry Steinbrenner. Kinnear never forgot the words he heard on the radio that day. "We're all awash. I think I'm going to founder. All our hatch covers are gone. It looks like we're done for." Bad luck seemed to follow the Henry Steinbrenner from the very start. Designated hull number 14, she was built by the Jenks Shipbuilding Company in Port Huron, Michigan for the Kinsman Transit Company of Cleveland, Ohio. The Steinbrenner was a typical ore carrier built just after the turn of the century. Workers were forced to launch her hull ahead of schedule on September 28, 1901 to protect the brand new ship from a fire that broke out near her slipway. Some might see this as a bad omen of what was to come. Named after the head of the Kinsman Transit Company, the Henry Steinbrenner measured 427 feet or 130 meters in length, with a beam of 50 feet or 15 meters. She came in at 4,719 tons and could carry approximately 6,500 tons of bulk cargo, typically iron ore. Her design followed the blueprint of almost all lake freighters from the time. Her forecastle contained cabins for her deck crew, a pilot house, and the captain's cabin. The rest of the crew was housed in her stern, along with her galley and mess rooms. These crew spaces bookended her cargo holds, which were covered by a long flat deck and accessed through 12 telescoping hatch covers. She was powered by Scotch Marine boilers that fed steam to a triple expansion steam engine, generating a service speed of 12 knots. She was operated by a crew of 30. It only took a few years for the Henry Steinbrenner's bad luck to catch up with her. On December 5, 1909, while transiting the St. Mary's River, she collided with the Harry A. Berwind near Round Island on Mud Lake. The steamer's bow smashed into the Steinbrenner amidship, tearing open a 25-foot hole. Water flooded in and she quickly sank, settling into the mud until only her aft deckhouse and pilot house emerged from the water. With her spar deck approximately 5 feet below the surface, the freighter was initially considered a total loss. But after further examination, it was determined that the ship could be saved after all. Salvager Tom Reed was paid $35,000 to refloat the ship. His team waited until the shipping season ended to begin their work. They had to cut a hole through the 12 inches of ice that covered Mud Lake before sending divers to patch the hole in the ship. When the ice finally thawed, they built a coffer dam to raise the deck above the surface so they could pump water out of the ship and finally refloat her. Despite considerable effort, the salvage was successful, and the Henry Steinbrenner was soon returned to service. She suffered another, less serious collision in 1923 when she collided with the John McCarthy in heavy fog on Whitefish Bay. It cost $15,000 to repair both ships. Then, in October 1941, she rammed a lock wall in the Sioux, causing significant damage. But once again, this was repaired and she was returned to the lakes. By 1953, the Henry Steinbrenner had been sailing for over half a century. She was the oldest vessel in the Kinsman fleet, but she was far from the oldest freighter on the lakes. On May 4, 1953, she was recertified by the American Bureau of Shipping. Earlier that year, in February, she was dry docked for her 5-year survey and easily passed inspection. Despite the official confidence, some on board questioned her seaworthiness. It was clear that the Steinbrenner was showing her age. Non-essential equipment was often broken, and she was not always a comfortable ship to work on. Some alleged that the Mulholland-type clamps that secured her hatch covers were so old that some of their threads had been stripped away, leaving them persistently loose. But lax maintenance and aging ships were common on the Great Lakes. Few could have foreseen any serious issues when the Henry Steinbrenner began the 1953 season. A season that would be her last. In 1953, Captain Albert Stiglin was new to the Henry Steinbrenner. From Vermilion, Ohio, Stiglin spent 16 of his 27-year career with the Kinsman Line. Before he took command of the Steinbrenner, he captained the Philip Mensch for 4 years. The 46-year-old captain was respected by his crew and widely considered to be a skilled navigator. May 10, 1953 was a beautiful day. The sky was clear and temperatures reached the mid-70s. As the Henry Steinbrenner, loaded with 6,800 tons of iron ore, left the Northern Railway dock in Superior, Wisconsin just after 5 a.m., Lake Superior was perfectly flat. Captain Stiglin recalled that it was smoother than a pond. It should have been a routine voyage down the lakes to the Bethlehem steel mills in Lake Erie. As the sun crested the horizon and the Steinbrenner began her downbound run, all seemed well. Her steering and navigation equipment was checked and working properly. On this trip, her radar was broken, but on a clear day like this, it wasn't needed. Her 12 hatches had been closed and secured, each fastened by 28 clamps. The heavy tarpaulins remained stored away. Securing the tarps was a long and tedious process. While they were essential in heavy weather to ensure that the hatches were watertight, they were only secured when captains expected the worst of conditions. While the weather that morning was ideal, the forecast called for a change later in the day, with 30 to 35 mile-per-hour winds and occasional thundersqualls. Mild storms like what was forecasted would not have been any cause for concern. anyone with a season or two of experience on the lakes would have experienced far worse gales. Captains prided themselves on riding through heavy weather, and while freighters were simple, they were thought to be tough and capable. A few mild late spring squalls were nothing to be concerned about. The Steinbrenner's tarps were left stored away, and Captain Stiglin sailed down Lake Superior, completely unaware of what lay ahead. For a few hours, the Henry Steinbrenner enjoyed great weather as she made her way down Lake Superior toward the Sioux Locks. But at 3 p.m., that all began to change. Stiff south to southeast winds swept over the lake, and the flat calm was broken by building waves. At 4:30, the first water broke over the Steinbrenner's weather deck. As conditions rapidly deteriorated, Captain Stiglin realized that they were in for something far more challenging than the forecasts that morning had predicted. Before it was too late, he sent a crew out on deck attached to a lifeline to re-inspect and secure the 12 hatches. With wind and surf whipping at their backs, a small crew moved from hatch to hatch, making sure that each clamp was tight. The storm grew worse, but things looked secure. A cold dinner was served in the galley at 5 p.m. It was too rough for the galley crew to prepare anything else. Most of the deck crew who were housed in the bow weren't even able to make it to the stern for the meal. The Steinbrenner was a typical example of the older freighters with no interior tunnel connecting one end of the ship to the other. The only way to traverse the ship was to cross over the open deck. By early evening, this was all but impossible. By 8 p.m., wind and waves routinely smashed over the ship. As Captain Stiglin fought to keep the Steinbrenner on course, a deck watch rushed over to him with alarming news. The number 11 hatch cover had come loose. Flapping in the wind, it lifted with every wave, letting a torrent of water pour deep into the cargo holds. Something had to be done before too much water entered the ship. Third mate George Wiseman and 3 other deckhands secured themselves to a lifeline and carefully climbed down the length of the ship to the 11th hatch on the opposite end of the ship. Wind and massive waves knocked them off their feet time and time again. As they worked to secure the number 11 hatch, a huge wave crashed over them, sending one man plunging 15 feet into the open cargo hold. Fortunately, the other men were able to lift him back on deck, and they carried him into the galley. Despite the fall, he was unhurt. Leaving him to recover, the rest of the crew ventured back out and finally secured the hatch cover. By the time they finished, the waves crashing over the ship were so large and violent that it was impossible for them to return to the bow. They would spend the rest of the night sheltering in the aft quarters, knowing well that every wave brought more water rushing over the vulnerable hatches. By the time they realized the ferocity of the coming storm, it was far too late to secure the tarps. They knew that without these covers, every wave sent water pouring into the cargo holds. As long as the hatch covers held, the ship's pumps should be able to keep ahead of the flooding. But if another hatch broke open, water would pour into the ship, almost certainly spelling their doom. By 11 p.m., they faced the full force of the storm as they battled 80-mile-per-hour winds and waves that reached as high as 30 to 35 feet. Captain Stiglin fought to keep his ship sailing into the wind, keeping the brunt force of the waves focused on his bow. But as conditions worsened, waves seemed to crash over the ship's deck on both sides as they swirled past the imperiled freighter. Down below, her engineering crew worked diligently to maintain steam, giving the captain the power he needed to fight the storm. The ship rolled violently. At one point, oiler Al Augsburger claimed that the ship rolled so heavily that a massive wave sent water pouring down her funnel. As midnight passed, the Steinbrenner kept fighting. Her speed was reduced to just 4.8 miles per hour to keep her steady, and her crew waited anxiously for any break in the storm. But the wind screamed on, ripping away at the aging ship as she creaked and moaned with every crashing wave. It was the longest night anyone on board could remember, and with each hour, things only seemed to get worse. At 4:30 that morning, things took a turn for the worse. The number 11 hatch, which had held out for so many hours, once again broke loose. By this point, the conditions battering the Steinbrenner were too violent to send any man out on deck to recover the hatch. Captain Stiglin had no other option but to hope that the pumps could keep up with the flooding. But with every roll, the open hatch dipped below the waves, allowing water to pour deep into the ship. By 6 a.m., the deck crew realized that the ship seemed to be losing power and her rudder was slow to respond. Worse yet, other hatch covers seemed to be coming loose. In a last-ditch effort, Captain Stiglin tried to turn his ship around so that the aft deckhouse could provide enough cover so that men could venture out and recover the open hatches. But the maneuver failed to provide any relief. No sooner had they recovered from the failed maneuver, a wave crashed into her pilot house, ripping open a wooden door. The crew tried to brace the broken passageway, but with every wave, it broke open once again. The Henry Steinbrenner was being ripped apart. Captain Stiglin realized that their situation was only getting worse. At 7 a.m., he sent out his first call for help and ordered his men to don their life jackets. He still held out hope that he could save his ship, but now his attention turned to saving his crew. 6 vessels responded to the call for help, including 2 of the largest ships on the lakes at the time, the Wilfred Sykes and the Joseph H. Thompson. All now raced to the foundering Steinbrenner, but could Captain Stiglin keep her above water long enough to meet the rescuers? The water was only around 35 degrees. If his men went into the lake, they would only have a short window of time before hypothermia set in. But only about half an hour after sending out his first call for help, hatches 10, 11, and 12 all broke completely open. Water was now freely rushing into the ship. Captain Stiglin knew that it was time. He ordered the ship stopped and sounded a general alarm. About 15 miles south of Isle Royal Light, he sent out a desperate mayday call. At 7:36, he ordered an abandoned ship, letting out 7 short blasts from the ship's whistle, followed by 1 long one. The next few minutes would be life or death. The Henry Steinbrenner's final plunge happened quickly. With her 3 aft cargo holds open to the lake, she sank stern first. Captain Stiglin and the 9 other men stationed in the bow gathered around the life raft secured near her pilot house. The captain watched as the ship's 2 lifeboats, housed over the aft superstructure, cleared the ship. Her starboard boat was launched properly, with a group of men on board. Her port boat floated clear as the stern plunged beneath the waves. Feeling confident that his men had made it off the ship, Captain Stiglin joined the 9 other men on the small raft just as the bow made its final plunge. As the water rushed over the deck and the raft lifted free, a large wave swept over them, flipping the small raft. 6 men, including the captain, climbed back on board, but 4 disappeared in the rolling sea. The 6 by 12-foot raft, made of 2 wood frames on either side of a few metal air tanks, was rated to hold 15 men. But now, in the chaos of disaster, it was hard to believe that the small raft was capable of saving anyone. It offered no protection, and the 6 men who clung to the raft were battered by constant wind and waves. At the stern, the crew went to work launching the 2 boats, the moment they heard the call to abandon ship. 7 men were able to get away in the starboard lifeboat, but the port boat jammed in its davits. As the stern plunged beneath the waves, someone unshackled the boat from the falls and it lifted free in the water. When they ripped away from the ship, at least one man was thrown violently into the sea, leaving just one man on the boat. As the ship began to sink, 19-year-old Kenneth Cum rushed on deck. He saw Isle Royale in the distance and thought that he might be able to swim to shore. But before he could jump, a fellow crewman stopped him. The man said that the water was far too cold to make it. Then, in a strange twist of luck, a massive wave washed over him. It swept Kenneth from the deck and washed him down the middle of the ship. He remembered seeing the ship's open cargo holds as the water pulled him aft. He felt a jolt of heat rush past him as the ship's boilers exploded in the frigid water. When he finally made it to the surface, gasping for air, he found himself only a few feet away from the port lifeboat. Kenneth joined 21-year-old second cook Bernard Oborowski and Frank Tomczak as the Steinbrenner disappeared beneath the waves. Their boat was almost completely flooded and they had nothing to help them bail the water out. Even if they could, wave after wave washed over them, flooding the boat. Soon, they didn't even have the strength to try. Kenneth was a big man, weighing around 225 pounds. He was sure that his size was the only thing that kept him alive. At one point, Frank lost consciousness and washed overboard, but Kenneth and Bernard were able to pull him back into the boat. The life raft and the two boats slowly drifted away from each other as the survivors waited desperately, hoping that someone heard their calls for help. The survivors of the Henry Steinbrenner drifted for over 4 hours before help arrived. 6 ships responded to Captain Stiglin's SOS and raced to the area south of Isle Royale where the Steinbrenner went down. Conditions were rough, with low visibility that made it difficult to find the small boats in the heavy swells. As the Wilfred Sykes approached the scene of the accident, Captain George Fisher scanned the horizon, looking for any signs of life. Finally, he caught a glimpse of the half-flooded port lifeboat as it pitched high on the crest of a wave. He pulled his massive freighter alongside the small boat and a Jacob's ladder was dropped down. Kenneth Cum was the first to grab a hold. He was only barely able to lift himself out of the boat, and the crew of the Sykes then lifted the ladder and the frozen man on board. Just as Kenneth was pulled on deck, a large wave separated the lifeboat from the ship. Captain Fisher had to pull the ship around in a full tight circle to rejoin the 2 men left in the lifeboat. The maneuver took over an hour. To bring the boat in, the Sykes' third mate Arthur Ritter and a crew of 9 volunteers lowered one of the Sykes' lifeboats. The difficult operation was successful, and the crew went to work trying to warm up the freezing sailors. But for Frank Tomczak, their efforts were too late. He passed away shortly after he was brought on board. But Joseph H. Thompson found and picked up the men balancing on the Steinbrenner's raft, including Captain Stiglin. And soon, Captain A.M. Everett of the D.M. Clemson spotted the starboard lifeboat. After a failed pass and some tricky maneuvering and a near miss that almost sent the lifeboat into their propeller, he positioned his freighter to provide a lee, and the 7 men were brought on board. They were taken to the captain's cabin, where they were given warm baths, hot food, and dry clothing. For both the lifeboats and the raft, rescue came just in time. Another half hour or more in the open water, and more men surely would have been lost. In total, 17 men went down with the Henry Steinbrenner. As the survivors were brought to shore, attention shifted to finding out what caused the accident. The Coast Guard went to work interviewing the survivors. Several crew members criticized the state of the 52-year-old ship, claiming that she was not seaworthy. The strict clamps on her cargo hatches were pointed out to investigators, and there was some added scrutiny to her past collisions and accidents. The Marine Board of Investigation wrapped up their inquiry on May 18th, only a week after the accident. They concluded that despite her age and the concern of some of her crew, the Steinbrenner was adequately seaworthy when she went down. This was bolstered by inspections that were carried out on the ship not long before the accident, and testimony from other crew members, including Kenneth Cum, who claimed that her clamps were in fine condition and her hatch covers were adequately tight when secured. Ultimately, the board found that the sinking was caused by the failure of her number 10, 11, and 12 hatch covers, which came loose in heavy seas and caused critical flooding that the ship couldn't survive. Ultimately, the accident was blamed on the adverse weather conditions and was deemed an act of God. They did not fault Captain Stiglin for neglecting to secure the tarps before departure, deeming that any reasonable captain would have made the same decision given the conditions at the time. But the Commandant of the Coast Guard at the time strongly disagreed with the board's conclusions. He pointed out that Captain Stiglin's decision not to secure the tarps was not an act of God and went against regulations that stated that exposed cargo hatches had to be properly secured before leaving protected waters. Captain Stiglin was ultimately stripped of his master's license for failing to take this step, but no other disciplinary actions were taken, and the tragedy soon faded from memory, with few lessons learned. Over a decade later, one of the survivors, Norm Bragg, found himself on another aging freighter caught in a brutal storm on Lake Huron, the 603-foot Daniel J. Morrell. As the ship began to go down, Bragg gave advice to his fellow crew members on how to survive. Before going down with the Morrell, his final words were, "It's been good to know you." August 9, 1841 was a hot and stormy late summer day on Lake Erie. A series of storms churned up the lake, and now heavy winds slowed the progress of the 497-ton side-wheel passenger freighter Erie. Waves repeatedly washed over her decks, forcing the crew to close her portholes. This made her well-appointed cabins a hot and humid hellscape for her seasick passengers, and many were forced to retreat to her upper decks to keep from losing their dinners. But others sought a more liquid remedy. Barkeep Frederick Parmalee spent the evening making drinks, but by 8 p.m. his night seemed to be winding down. He had just finished making a drink for a passenger before joining the man for a hand of cards. Despite the persistent rocking and the howling wind, the night was a calm one. But suddenly, the two men heard a muffled explosion, followed by a strange hissing sound. Moments later, someone out on deck shouted fire. Within minutes, Frederick Parmalee and the 342 other souls on board the Erie would be thrown into a desperate struggle for survival. A battle most of them would lose. The United States was built with steam. As the country sent settlers west to occupy and claim native land, demand for reliable trade routes grew. But the sheer size of the American West and the natural barrier of the Appalachian Mountains made it difficult to transport people and goods beyond the original 13 colonies. Expansion hinged on innovative technologies and engineering projects. The state of New York had a distinct advantage. To the east, New York Harbor was already a major trading hub. And to the west, the state bordered Lake Erie, giving access to the vast Great Lakes network that reached deep into the American continent. the Hudson River, which runs through the center of the state, provided a vital connection to the Atlantic. As early as the 1780s, proposals were put forward to create a canal system linking the Great Lakes to the Hudson River. But for decades, these ideas were generally thought to be too far-fetched. The federal government hesitated to support the project, but Governor DeWitt Clinton and other New York leaders pushed forward, and the state legislature authorized the project in 1817. The 363-mile or 584-kilometer-long canal took 8 years to build. Sections were open to traffic starting on May 17, 1821, and the full system was completed on October 26, 1825. It was the second longest canal system in the world at the time, second only to the Grand Canal in China. The Erie Canal was the first link between the Great Lakes and the Atlantic Ocean, and is widely considered one of the greatest engineering feats of the 19th century. The opening of the Erie Canal and the demand for trade on waterways throughout North America fueled innovation in shipping. In 1807, Robert Fulton unveiled what's generally considered to be the first successful steam-powered commercial vessel, the North River Steamboat, named after the river she operated on, the North River, which is an old alternate name to the south end of the Hudson River. The 142-foot or 43-meter-long North River Steamboat was built at the Charles Brown Shipyard in New York. She was powered by a simple steam engine that drove 2 paddle wheels, one on each side. The simple steamer demonstrated the viability of steam power, which quickly became the predominant source of propulsion on America's waterways. The Erie Canal meets the Great Lakes of the Niagara River near Buffalo, New York, making the city a major shipping hub. By the late 1830s, the Buffalo Harbor thrived with a fleet of paddle steamers that carried goods and people to ports all over the Great Lakes. Charles Manning Reed, the son of one of Erie, Pennsylvania's first settlers, realized the opportunity steam navigation provided. As technology proliferated, the young businessman invested in a fleet of paddle steamers. In 1837, Reed purchased his largest steamship yet. Built by the Erie Steamboat Company in Erie, Pennsylvania, the Erie was a wooden-hulled, side-paddled passenger freighter. Launched on October 17, 1837, the Erie was the 4th and largest ship yet to bear the name Erie. But she certainly wouldn't be the last, because pretty much everything in this story is named Erie. Coming in at 496 gross registered tons, with a length of 176 feet 8 inches, or 53.85 meters, and a beam of 27 feet 4 inches, or 8.33 meters, the new Erie was one of the larger ships of her kind at the time. She was powered by a low-pressure steam engine equipped with a 52-foot cylinder and a 10-foot stroke that powered 2 side-mounted paddle wheels. She used what was called a walking beam engine configuration, which utilized a large reinforced diamond-shaped beam that rested on wooden supports high above her upper works. During operation, steam pressure would lift the beam up and down like a seesaw, or a walking motion. This design was extremely popular on American riverboats in the 1830s and 40s because it allowed very shallow drafts. But walking beams were clearly top-heavy, which made them unsuitable for ocean-going or naval vessels. Still, the design was popular in North America and remained on many riverboats for several years to come. The Erie steam engine gave her impressive speed and maneuverability. Her nearly 14-knot top speed made her one of the fastest vessels on the lakes at the time. But the Erie wasn't just fast, she was also well appointed. The passenger freight business was incredibly competitive at the time, and Reed knew that comfort and safety would help fill his ships. The Erie's passenger spaces, divided between men and women, were spacious and fitted out with fine furnishings, and they also included 12 private staterooms for wealthier travelers. They could accommodate up to 250 passengers, and with more space on deck, the Erie could carry 300 or more people. She was operated by a crew of around 35 to 40. Though her safety features fell well behind what would be considered the bare minimum only a few decades later, she did carry 3 lifeboats and somewhere between 60 and 100 life preservers. This was better than most of her competitors at the time, but they would still prove woefully inadequate. Filling out the Erie's crew proved challenging as a flood of new steamships entered service in the late 1830s. She was one of 12 new vessels built on Lake Erie during that season alone. But by the end of May 1838, 8 months after her launch, Charles Manning Reed managed to secure a crew for his new paddle steamer. To captain the ship, Reed selected Thomas Jefferson. Titus, who went by TJ. Born at the end of his namesake's second term, the 30-year-old captain had been sailing on the Great Lakes since he was 16. He had been a master for the last 9 years, commanding numerous schooners and a handful of steamships. Charles Reed was one of the most successful and respected shipping magnates in the area, and he had his pick of the best to command his new ship. Captain Titus had a stellar reputation on the lakes, and it's easy to see why Reed invited him to command the Erie. She sailed her maiden voyage from Erie to Buffalo on May 26th, and then departed Buffalo, bound for Cleveland, Ohio, on May 28th. The voyage was nearly a great success until her engines broke down on the final leg. The gleaming white new paddle steamer had to be towed the rest of the way to Cleveland. But repairs were swift, and by June 2nd, 1838, she was back on her way, offering regular service between Buffalo and Chicago. She was off to what promised to be a long and prosperous career on the Great Lakes. For the next 3 years, the Erie lived up to that promise. Buffalo Harbor thrived as east and westbound cargo flowed through the wildly successful Erie Canal. Not only did the canal bring goods like flour, wheat, whiskey, and lumber, but it also brimmed with passengers. These were people on business, traveling to and from Chicago and other booming Midwest cities. They were excursionists looking to explore the newly opened West. But more than anything else, a huge portion of these travelers were immigrants. These European migrants embarked on the grueling, months-long journey west, searching for a better life for themselves and their families. These are what made up the 300-plus people waiting to board the Erie on August 9, 1841, as she was loaded with passengers and crew in Buffalo, New York, preparing for a routine westbound voyage to Chicago. A team of painters had just finished adding a fresh coat of white paint to the Erie. They were now traveling to her next stop in Erie, Pennsylvania, where they were scheduled to work on another ship called the James Madison, one of the Erie's sister ships. They brought all of their equipment with them. This included numerous kegs and jars of lead-based paint, various chemicals that were used to improve the paint's performance and application, numerous bottles of turpentine, at least one case of varnish, numerous brushes, and various other tools. The heavy equipment was placed on deck amidship near the entrance to the steerage cabin. It was placed over the ventilation housing that covered the ship's boiler room 11 feet below. This area caught fire at least 3 times before. But since the painters were only going to be on the ship for a few hours, it felt silly to go through the hassle of bringing all the supplies down to the cargo holds. The man usually responsible for overseeing the loading of cargo, First Mate Dennis McBride, was aware of the fire issue, but he was off duty that day, and it was generally thought that since the deck had been raised and replaced with more durable materials during her previous overhaul, that the small fires were issues of the past. Deck space was frequently used to store all sorts of cargo, and no one paid much attention to the dangers that that cargo might create. Fully loaded with passengers and cargo, the Erie left Buffalo in the early evening of August 9, 1841. The night was warm and humid. The air was unstable as a series of summer storms churned up Lake Erie, but the weather was nothing to worry about, and Captain Titus plowed his ship west, expecting a routine voyage. Despite the heavy seas, the Erie's voyage that night was perfectly ordinary. Dinner, or what was then called tea on board, had been served, and people were settling in. The heat below kept many passengers on deck. It was filled with several benches and settees for that very purpose. Several of the German and Swiss immigrants on board retired early, putting their children to bed before quietly socializing with their fellow travelers. This was the final leg of a long voyage for many of them, and they no doubt appreciated the chance to rest. Andrew Blilla, just 11 years old, worked as a callboy on the ship. His job was to run messages between the crew. These were the days before shipboard phones or messaging systems. Hailing from a German family in Harbor Creek, Pennsylvania, Andrew was bilingual, a skill that proved especially valuable with so many German travelers on board. By sunset, Andrew rested in the quarters he shared with wheelsman Jerome McBride. Just after 8 p.m., Andrew heard a dull thud, followed by a strange hissing sound. Andrew was new to life on a steamship and he wasn't quite sure what the strange noise was. He asked Jerome what was happening, but his crewmate assured him that it was nothing to worry about, maybe just a blown-out boiler head. He was nearing his night shift, and he wanted to relax as much as possible before going on duty. But Andrew wasn't reassured. He later recalled that the sound was something like a roaring crackle. Soon, he heard the sounds of commotion on deck. Jerome again assured him that it was nothing, but Andrew wanted to be sure. He opened the cabin door and was immediately confronted by a wall of fire. With only moments to react, Jerome took charge. He grabbed 2 blankets and threw one to Andrew, telling him to hold it out in front of him. As the flames rushed toward them, the two ran out on deck. Fortunately, they were near the gangplank, which Jerome pushed into the water. He told Andrew to jump. The child followed the command, diving into the water and grabbing onto the plank. Jerome, already badly burned, quickly followed, and the two paddled away as the floating inferno behind them lit up the night sky. When the fire broke out, the Erie was about 6 to 7 miles from the small community of Silver Creek, approximately halfway between Buffalo and Erie. Captain T.J. Titus was on duty at the time and quickly learned that a massive fire had broken out on his ship. He took quick action, ordering wheelsman Luther Fuller to turn the ship south toward the shore, hoping to beach the ship, or at least give the people jumping into the water a better chance of making it to the beach. He ordered Fuller to remain at his post and keep the ship on course. He then ran to the ladies' lounge where several life preservers were stored. But when he got there, he found the lounge deserted and almost completely consumed by flames. The life preservers were already burning. They would be no help. Titus raced back on deck to try and control the pandemonium that unfolded. He flagged down First Engineer Edgar Clemens and ordered him to go below and stop the engines. But Clemens had already tried this and failed. The engine rooms were already unreachable. He told the captain that if he tried to go below now, he surely wouldn't return. And so the Erie, almost completely engulfed in flames, plodded forward. The heavy waves below lashed at the desperate passengers as the wooden decks burned beneath their feet. William O'Neill was a shopkeeper. He visited Buffalo to buy goods to sell at his store in Dunkirk, New York, another small town between Buffalo and Erie. Earlier that day, he was invited on board the Erie for a tour by Captain Titus. He would have joined the voyage, but there was no space left for his 2 wagon loads of goods, and Captain Titus advised him to travel on the DeWitt Clinton. The 415-ton paddle steamer traveled the same route, and was scheduled to depart Buffalo 4 hours before the Erie. That evening, O'Neill stood on the pier in Dunkirk, overseeing the unloading of his goods, when he noticed a strange reddish-orange glow on the horizon. The crew of the DeWitt Clinton realized that it must be a burning ship, and they decided that they had to help. They quickly got the steamship underway, and deckhands began preparing her lifeboats as they headed for the glowing horizon. Barkeep Frederick Parmalee and a passenger whose name was never recorded were playing cards in the saloon when the fire broke out. Almost immediately, the room was overtaken by flames that covered the only exit. Parmalee and the man sprinted through the fire and only barely made it out on deck. The dozen or so other people in the saloon hesitated and became trapped by the inferno. Not a single one of them survived. On deck, Parmalee and the passenger found a scene of total chaos. Crew members were trying to lower the ship's 3 boats. Families huddled together, searching for lost loved ones. All around them, people shrieked with fear as their clothing caught on fire, and people everywhere were jumping overboard in droves. As the flames seemed to burst out all around them, the man grabbed a nearby settee and leaped from the ship. Flames also drove Parmalee from the deck. He climbed down the side and saw one of the ship's fenders used to protect the ship from damage while she docked. He cut the fender loose and floated on the cushion as he kicked away from the burning mass. Since the ship's life preservers were locked away down below, almost no one on board had any proper flotation devices. But Mr. and Mrs. Charles Lend were lucky. The young attorney and his wife were on the final leg of their honeymoon, and for whatever reason, they had the foresight to bring their own life preservers. As the chaos unfolded around them, they went to work blowing up their vests, which had to be inflated with their own breath. The couple were part of a small group of passengers pushed to the ship's stern by the wall of flames. As the fire advanced, people began climbing over the side and down the rudder chain. Many got tangled up and fell to their death in the churning water. But up on deck, even the railing had caught fire. Mrs. Lend, whose first name was never recorded, shouted to her husband, "Come, Charles, we must jump over." She leapt out and began climbing down the rudder chain. But when she looked back, her husband wasn't behind her. For whatever reason, he hesitated and was now lost in the chaos. He wouldn't survive the night. Mrs. Lend safely made it clear of the burning ship. Her life preserver kept her head above the water, and she swam away alone. When the fire broke out, second mate William Hughes sprung into action. He raced to inform the captain of the situation and then went to work trying to organize a bucket brigade to fight the fire. But within moments, it was clear that this wouldn't work, and the effort to fight the blaze was quickly abandoned. Hughes turned his efforts to launching the ship's lifeboats. He had to push panicked passengers out of the boats in order to lower them, but 2 of the 3 were swamped by the ship's forward motion and lost. Captain Titus attempted to keep order, but his efforts fell short. He told First Engineer Edgar Clemens that the ship was lost. Clemens moved aft as flames overtook the ship. He took hold of the railing as he prepared to jump, not realizing that the wooden rail was already on fire, severely burning his hands. He stepped back and took a running leap off the ship. Captain Titus looked around him and realized that he was alone. Tormented screams rang out all around him. Flames roared from every direction. There was nothing more that he could do. He spotted a small yawl boat drifting to the ship's stern, the only lifeboat to successfully clear the burning ship. 3 injured men clung to the side of the partially submerged boat. Instinct took over, and Captain Titus stepped into the small boat, abandoning his once grand battle steamer. Only 12 minutes passed between when the fire broke out and the captain left the ship. Now the burning Erie was surrounded by a sea of people bobbing in the water, screaming into the night, illuminated by the hellish inferno. The pillar of flames that burst from the Erie that night could be seen for miles, creating a beacon for nearby rescuers. By the time the steamer DeWitt Clinton arrived on the scene, the Erie's once gleaming white upperworks were reduced to nothing but a smoldering hole, burning a dull red in the night. 11-year-old Andrew Blilla and wheelsman Jerome McBride were picked up by residents of Dunkirk, who sprung into action themselves after seeing the hellish orange glow on the horizon. Barkeep Frederick Parmalee and the man he played cards with were soon picked up by one of the Clintons' boats. Edward Johnson, a cook in the Erie's galley and one of the few black crew members, jumped into the water only moments after the fire began. He found a board that he could hold on to and soon joined up with the small boat that carried Captain Titus. In the darkness, they heard a woman crying out for help. Johnson asked the captain if he could go out and find her. Titus agreed, and Johnson swam out to find Mrs. Lind, floating on her back, supported by her life preserver. He helped her swim to the boat, which was nearly swamped. She decided to stay in the water, but held on to the side. Titus also spotted First Engineer Edgar Clemens clinging to a box nearby. After jumping from the Erie, Clemens helped bring floating lumber to 3 children struggling in the water, and then he swam on his own for a while before finding a box to cling onto. He joined the captain's small flotilla, and the group was soon rescued by the Clinton. But others in the water were less lucky. Wheelsman Luther Fuller was found in the water barely clinging to life. While the Erie burned, he remained in the pilot house, doing everything he could to try and keep the ship on course, heading toward the shore. He kept fighting, even as flames burst out all around him. He only relented when the steering equipment failed. Badly burned, he leapt from the ship. The young man died not long after he was picked up from the water. There were less than 100 people rescued from the Erie disaster. At the time, it was thought that 170 people were lost that night. But this was just an estimate. The fire destroyed the passenger and crew lists. Historians now believe that there were 343 people on board, meaning as many as 254 were lost in the tragedy. It's believed that the paint supplies left on deck became overheated by boiler exhaust and vaporized. By the time a spark from the boiler ignited the fumes, there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Those who didn't burn drowned in Lake Erie. And clothing at the time, especially for women, was incredibly heavy and complicated, even in the summertime. Without any life preservers, many who jumped into the water sank straight to the bottom. By 1 a.m. that night, the DeWitt Clinton and the other rescuers picked up every survivor they could find. They tried to tow the smoldering Erie back to port, but the burning husk broke away and soon sank. Today, the story of the Erie is all but forgotten. The horror of that night, those 12 minutes, and the hours that followed, faded into the fabric of time. There was outrage, but few lessons were learned. The Erie is a snapshot of a time when safety was barely even thought of, when the churning tide of progress eclipsed the lives those advances were meant to serve. The people on the Erie, each and every one of them, were important. They reached out for a better life, only to be cut down by the careless cruelty of fate. On November 7, 1940, a major low-pressure system developed off the coast of Washington and moved inland through the Pacific Northwest. The newly completed Tacoma Narrows Bridge, just south of Seattle and rife with design flaws, proved to be no match for the lashing 40-mile-per-hour winds. Within hours, the third longest suspension bridge in the world at the time collapsed, one of the greatest engineering mistakes of all time. but the Tacoma Narrows Bridge was only the first casualty of the growing storm. At the same time, another disturbance to the south crossed over the Rocky Mountains and moved eastward over the Great Plains, fed by moist Gulf air that pushed the building system north toward the upper Great Lakes. The two systems soon merged to form a massive storm that covered thousands of square miles. Often called the Armistice Day Storm, the strengthening gale slammed into the Great Lakes on November 11, 1940. Lake Michigan experienced the worst of it as lashing winds and blinding snow caught many unlucky mariners off guard. 3 huge freighters were sent to the bottom, dooming 66 sailors. In the blinding maelstrom, those caught in the fury never had a chance. In the early morning hours of Monday, November 11, 1940, on the steamer Charles C. West, First Assistant Engineer John Schmidt was awoken by a fellow crew member. He was told to grab his camera. When he emerged on deck, Schmidt, an avid photographer, was delighted to see one of the most stunning sunrises he had ever witnessed. He said the water reflected 1,000 shades of red, orange, and purple. It was like being caught in the middle of a giant rainbow, and the sun just seemed to hang on the edge of the water like a painted backdrop. The air was unseasonably warm and the lakes were calm. It was a lovely late-season day, and for the many steel freighters zigzagging across the lakes, it seemed that the 1940 season would end on a high note. By 1940, the Great Lakes were dominated by aging freighters. A flurry of building early in the century had long since passed, and the industry needs in the region were easily and efficiently met by a vast fleet of simple steel-hulled freighters. The Canadian-owned Anna C. Mensch was one of these veteran freighters, and one of very few Lakers named after a woman. Built in 1903 by the American Shipbuilding Company in Cleveland, Ohio, the Mensch, labeled hull number 415, came in at 4,285 gross registered tons, and measured 380 feet, or just under 116 meters long, with a beam of 50 feet or 15 meters. She could carry 2,880 tons of cargo. Her long career on the lakes wasn't without incident. She suffered over a dozen collisions and groundings between 1907 and 1925. In December 1925, she became stranded in heavy fog on a late-season run at Fox Point on Lake Michigan. Tugs were deployed the following day to unlodge her. Once free, she began taking on water, but the flooding was quickly contained and the damage was repaired. In 1926, she was sold to the Western Navigation Company of Fort William, Ontario, and for the next 14 years, she enjoyed a relatively uneventful career. On Armistice Day 1940, there was no reason to believe that that would change as the Anna C. Mensch, now under the command of 55-year-old Captain Donald Kennedy, passed through the Straits of Mackinac into Lake Michigan with a load of grain from Fort William, bound for Chicago. Weather forecasters carefully watched the coming storm, but they weren't sure exactly where it was heading or what intensity the low-pressure system would bring. Meteorology at the time was still in its infancy, and it was difficult to predict a storm with any degree of accuracy. So while it was clear that something was coming, few could have anticipated the full fury of what was to come. Captains on the lakes paid little attention to the often flawed weather forecasts. Instead, they relied on their experience, instincts, and barometers. Even by the early afternoon of Monday, November 11th, the weather was still deceptively pleasant. On the Anna C. Mensch, Captain Kennedy continued sailing south, completely unaware of what lay just over the horizon. Monday, November 11th, 1940 was a holiday. One not often remembered today in the United States, Armistice Day celebrated the end of World War I, the war to end all wars, or so it was thought. The unseasonable warmth that morning prompted hundreds of duck hunters to venture out on the inland lakes in the Mississippi and Fox rivers to enjoy the holiday. Dressed for warm weather, the hunters were caught completely off guard when the winds changed in the early afternoon. At midday, it was 65 degrees Fahrenheit outside, but within just a few hours, the temperature plunged to just 10 degrees, and winds surged to over 50 miles per hour. Hunters who rushed their encampments to take shelter were overtaken by waves churned up by the storm. Others froze to death in their small boats, or drowned as they struggled to make it to shore. At least 49 duck hunters were killed in the Armistice Day storm. But they were just the first casualties. For the many freighters plying the lakes, the dramatic shift in the weather caught them equally off guard. Cities at the southeastern end of Lake Michigan were caught off guard as a wall of wind blew in from the southeast, carrying an onslaught of rain and hail. Ceremonies held to honor Armistice Day were thrown into chaos, sending crowds racing for cover. The wave of destruction shattered windows, ripped signs from their posts, and sent utility poles toppling to the ground. Power failed throughout the region. Chicago and Gary, Indiana were in chaos as police and emergency responders were flooded with thousands of calls for help. As the brute force of the storm system passed over Chicago and moved to Lake Michigan, the water level dropped by almost 5 feet, briefly reversing the flow of the Calumet River. In Green Bay, paper mills and power plants that relied on the flow of the Fox River were forced to suspend operations. But further north, lake freighter captains doubted that there was any serious danger. Weather reports from the night before warned of high northeast winds, but these mild predictions were largely ignored. On the downbound Anna C. Mensch, Captain Donald Kennedy was unconcerned. Running a little less than 4 hours ahead was the freighter SS William B. Davik. The Davik was yet another steel-hulled freighter built during the boom the region saw after the turn of the century. Labeled Yard Number 26, she was constructed in 1907 by the Great Lakes Engineering Works in St. Clair, Michigan, for the Vulcan Steamship Company, which operated the vessel until 1915, when she was sold to the Interlake Steamship Company. The Davik was on the larger side, especially when she was built, coming in at 420 feet or 128 meters in length, with a beam of 52 feet or just under 16 meters. As built, she came in at 4,468 gross registered tons and could carry approximately 7,000 tons of iron ore, coal, grain, or stone. In the winter of 1922, the Davik underwent a major rebuild that significantly modernized the ship and slightly reduced her tonnage to 4,220 gross registered tons. It typically carried coal from Lake Erie to upper ports on Lake Superior and returned with loads of iron ore bound for steel mills on Lake Erie and Lake Michigan. For the most part, the Davik enjoyed an uneventful and productive career. By 1940, it was under the command of Captain Charles W. Allen and operated by a crew of 32. In the early afternoon, Captain Allen was heard on the radio telephone relaying his position and commenting that the weather was unseasonably mild. He had no way of knowing what was coming. In Green Bay near Port Amour, commonly known as Death's Door, The 416-foot or 126-meter long Sinaloa was one of the first freighters confronted by the storm. Just moments after dusk, she was overtaken by massive swells driven by fierce winds that seemed to come out of nowhere. The great freighter was rocked so violently that her steam lines ruptured, leaving them powerless to fight the storm. Unable to control their ship, her crew braced themselves as the Sinaloa was violently tossed around throughout the night. Luckily, she finally grounded on a reef off Sac Bay, near the tip of Garden Peninsula. Soon the aft crew sent a line to local fishermen on shore and a breacher's buoy was established. One by one, the crew of the stranded ship made their way ashore. Several had to pull themselves across the last few feet hand over hand. Fortunately, everyone on board made it safely to shore. The Sinaloa was thought to be a total loss, but she was soon refloated, repaired, and sold to the American Steamship Company in 1941. In Ludington, Michigan, the storm brought total chaos. At the Coast Guard station, Captain A.E. Christopherson was forced to order his watchman to abandon his post out of fear that the high winds would topple the station's watchtower. As the storm rendered the Coast Guard powerless to save anyone in need, 2 car ferries reached the city in a dire situation. The Père Marquette No. 21 barely made port only after the ferry smashed into a series of old pilings. But the city of Flint, the flagship of the Père Marquette fleet, was less lucky. The wind and heavy seas drove the ferry away from her entrance pier and sent the vessel broadside. She soon crashed into a breakwater on the North Beach. With 30-foot waves battering his ship, Captain Jin Vivang ordered the seacocks opened to flood the ship and allow her to settle into the sand. The quick action stabilized the stranded ship as rescuers and onlookers flooded the beach to watch the unfolding disaster and try and save those trapped on board. Huge waves churned up by the storm smashed into the great ship, sending columns of water surging into the air, illuminated by spotlights positioned on the wreck by onlookers. Her 48 crew members and 4 passengers were completely trapped. Rescuers had to wait for the storm to calm before they could rescue the survivors with a breacher's buoy and surf boats the next day. They were the lucky ones. Hundreds of sailors further out on Lake Michigan spent the evening fighting for their lives. By Monday evening, much of Lake Michigan was consumed by the storm. What started out as rain quickly shifted to hail and then to blinding snow. The whiteout was unrelenting, whipped up by winds that at times reached 80 miles per hour. Waves grew to 20 feet and would exceed 30 as the storm intensified. Even the largest and best equipped lake freighters were thrown into a struggle for survival. Earlier in the day, as winds began to grow, they originated from the northeast, prompting many freighters to hug Lake Michigan's protected eastern shore. But as the storm blew in, the winds shifted dramatically, leaving the great freighters completely exposed to the worst that the gale could muster. The downbound Anna C. Mensch and William B. Davik soon found themselves in the worst possible position to ride out the storm. Neither ship had the power to keep in control as they lifted and fell through the violent waves. Their engineers struggled to keep their propellers from overspinning as they repeatedly lifted out of the water. Not far away, the Canadian freighter SS Novadoc was also fighting her way through the storm. Sailing north from Chicago bound for Port Alfred, Quebec, Captain Stipe hugged the eastern shore, leaving the small ship vulnerable when the wind suddenly shifted. Both the tanker New Haven Saucony and the 605-foot freighter Thomas F. Cole shifted course. Steering their ships into the wind, they sailed for the open lake. This would keep their bows heading into the punishing waves, protecting them from capsizing or swamping. Captain Stipe attempted to do the same with the Novadoc. But as the 2 larger ships disappeared into the blizzard, his ship failed to generate the power needed to change course. Built in 1928 by Swan Hunter and Wingham Richardson Limited in England, the 253-foot or 77-meter long ship should have been capable of making the turn. Designed for versatility, the Novadoc was capable of generating more power than many of the underpowered lake freighters. But no matter how many times Captain Stipe begged his engineer for more power, his ship never seemed able to muscle through the storm. In the chaos, Captain Stipe briefly sighted another Canadian freighter, the Annecy Mensch, fighting her own battle through the storm. Seeing the larger freighters struggle for control was no doubt discouraging, as it increasingly felt like the Novadoc was fighting a losing battle. Captain Stipe later confided that he suspected that either his firemen were too seasick to adequately feed the boilers, or they were maybe cursed with poor quality coal. In either case, the small ship was never able to generate the power needed. Instead, the Novadoc became hopelessly trapped in the trough between waves, violently rocking side to side as the storm pushed them relentlessly to shore. It was clear to Captain Stipe that his ship was moving dangerously close to the breakers just south of Ludington. He advised his crew to remain at their stations, and they were strictly forbidden from going out on deck. At the Sable Point Lighthouse, Keeper William Crewell spotted the lights of the Novadoc piercing through the blizzard. It was clear to Crewell from how the ship was tossed wildly from wave to wave that they were in serious danger. He immediately notified the Ludington Coast Guard station, while Assistant Keeper Henry Vavrina raced to the beach with a flashlight to signal to the endangered ship that they were ready to offer assistance. But as Vavrina stood shivering on the icy beach, repeatedly signaling to the ship, he received no reply. But Keeper Crewell knew the area well, and the first light of dawn revealed that the Novadoc beached exactly where he had predicted, approximately 150 yards offshore, 2 miles north of Little Point Sable. The grounding shattered the small ship, severing her in half. Onlookers wondered if anyone on board even survived the brutal night, but to their relief, movement was sighted in the ship's pilot house. At least some of the crew survived. But it would be over 36 hours before anyone braved the angry might of Lake Michigan to save them from the shattered freighter. The night was less forgiving to others on Lake Michigan. Captain Stipe of the Novadoc was likely the last person to see the Annecy Mensch above water. Captain Donald Kennedy fought through the night to keep his ship on course. But as the storm mounted and the waves grew, he likely found it increasingly impossible to maintain his heading. For the aging freighter that survived over a dozen groundings and collisions throughout her nearly 40-year career, the brutality of the storm proved to be too much. At some point in the night, her hull split in two. From that moment on, her 24 crew members had only moments to react before they were thrown into the icy waters of Lake Michigan. With the ferocity of the storm, they had no hope of survival. All 24 people on board were lost. The William B. Davok fought a similarly futile battle. For a time, it probably seemed to Captain Charles W. Allen that his mighty freighter would survive the storm. But sometime in the night, a sudden jolt ricocheted through his ship. Suddenly, the rudder stopped responding to the wheel, and the ship plowed recklessly to the side, completely out of control as her power faded away. The ship slipped into a trough where she was no match for the 30-foot swells. The Davok soon rolled over and disappeared beneath the waves. She took all 32 of her crew down with her. The sunken hull of the William B. Davok was discovered in May 1974, not far from the wreck of the Annecy Mensch. Forever linked by the great storm that doomed them both, it was thought that the two freighters might have collided with one another in the whiteout. But upon further examination, it was soon clear that the two ships were both simply overwhelmed by the storm. The Mensch broke in two, and it was found that the Davok's rudder was jammed hard to port. At some point that night, the punishing lifts and drops into the sea broke her rudder and crashed it into her propeller. From that moment on, the Davik was doomed. Of the 3 ships lost that night, the Novadoc was undoubtedly the luckiest, but her crew went through hell. While the wreck was known from the very first light on Tuesday morning, the local Coast Guard crews were completely overwhelmed by the storm and unable to mount any rescue. As the powerless Novadoc was battered by punishing waves and icy winds, Captain Stein and his crew waited 36 hours for rescue. In the panic immediately after the ship grounded, cook Joe Shane and his assistant Philip Flavin attempted to leave the stern and dash to the pilot house, where they thought they would be safer. But the ship's icy decks proved impossible to cross. Both men quickly lost their footing. They clung for a time to the railing before the unrelenting surf blasted over the ship and swept them away. The rest of the men, having watched their crewmates disappear into the waves, remained in either the pilot house or the galley. They huddled together and burned furniture for warmth. Finally, Captain Clyde Kloss of the fishing tug Three Brothers had enough of waiting for the Coast Guard. He and his 2 crew members, Gustav Fisher and Joe Fountain, set out to rescue the stranded men themselves. They pulled alongside the stricken ship and pulled the 17 survivors to safety. Amazingly, only 2 men were lost in the tragedy. The wreck of the Novadoc proved unsalvageable, and she remained on the beach until the unrelenting surf tore her apart. Monday, November 11th, 1940 promised to be a beautiful day, but it ended with unprecedented death and destruction, with hundreds fighting for their lives. At least 66 sailors died on Lake Michigan in the Armistice Day blizzard. In addition to the 3 lost freighters, 2 fishing tugs, the Richard H. and the Indian, both vanished in the storm with their entire crew. It's considered one of the deadliest and most destructive storms to ever hit the Great Lakes. Like all too many Great Lakes stories, the tales of the Anna C. Mensch and the William B. Davik are tragically incomplete. No one knows exactly what happened in their final moments. But one thing is certain: when their crews woke up that morning and witnessed nature's majesty, they never could have imagined that their lives would soon be snuffed out by nature's fury.
Winter, the waterways open to traffic, and life takes on a quickened tempo. Now the streams leap and roar, and the great harvest of logs cut in the winter and piled on the ice continues its journey from the forest to Shelter Bay.
1909 was a deadly year on the Great Lakes. A long and brutal winter stretched long into the shipping season, battering ships with a series of brutal snowstorms. By the end of April, at least 5 ships met an untimely end. On April 7th, the fishing tug George A. Floss vanished during a storm on Lake Erie. Her wreck was discovered about a month later in 50 feet of water, 7 miles north of the Cleveland harbor. When divers opened her cabin door, they found the bodies of 2 of her 7 crew members. The other 5 were never found. On April 20th, the steamer Eber Ward sank only a few minutes after her bow was caved in by a heavy ice floe on Lake Michigan, 6 miles west of Mackinac City. 5 of her 14 crew members went down with the ship. On April 30th, a brutal snowstorm swept over the lakes. In the whiteout, the bulk barge Arania grounded on Point Iroquois in Whitefish Bay on Lake Superior. Her crew was able to refloat her, but she was almost immediately trapped in an ice floe and soon began to sink. Her 3 lifeboats were launched, but they were quickly abandoned, and her crew of 20 men walked 3.5 miles across the ice to where they were finally picked up by the steamer J.H. Bartow. The crew of the schooner barge George C. Nestor was less lucky. Undertowed by the steamer Schoolcraft, the unloaded barge broke free in the storm and foundered near Huron Island on Lake Superior. All 6 crew members were lost. That same storm would leave one enduring mystery that would haunt the lakes for years to come. This is the story of the loss of the Adella Shores. Before iron ruled the Great Lakes, lumber was king. As the United States developed, there was an enormous demand for lumber, and by the mid-1800s, much of the forests in the east had already been depleted. As the nation moved west, the forest was seen as a barrier to development and a rapid source of wealth. This led to a major boom in lumber-rich states like Michigan, which became the nation's largest lumber producer between 1869 and 1900. The state was abundant in white pine, which was ideal for both lumber and transportation because it could easily float, unlike hardwoods. At the time, logs were mostly floated down rivers, where they were processed in sawmills and then loaded on ships that carried materials throughout the Great Lakes. By 1897, over 160 billion board feet of lumber was logged from Michigan forests, and by the end of the century, the state was all but depleted, and the logging industry gradually moved to the Pacific Northwest. The strong market for both grain and lumber led to a shipbuilding boom on the lakes that began in the mid-1800s. Schooners were initially the most popular, but as steam became more viable, bulk freighters with boxy wooden hulls with a raised forward pilot house and aft deck housing soon became the norm. Even as iron and steel hulls became standard, wooden hulled freighters continued to be built through the turn of the century. In 1894, the Lynn Shipyard Company in Gibraltar, Michigan began construction on a new wooden hulled lake freighter for the Shores Lumber Company. Originally called the Wolverine State, the new vessel seemed cursed from the start. At her launch on May 29, 1894, a miscommunication caused her bow lines to be cut before her stern lines. This caused her bow to slide into the water while her stern was still attached, dragging her stern onto the slipway, damaging her keel, rudder, and stern post. The half-launched ship had to be hydraulically lifted back onto the slipway so she could be properly launched a few days later. Unsurprisingly, she almost immediately began to sink by the stern. Shipyard workers had to use hand pumps to keep her afloat long enough to be towed to the nearby Clark dry dock, where the damage was repaired. She was then sent to the Detroit dry dock where her boiler, smokestack, engines, and other machinery were installed at the Riverside Iron Works. But the botched launch was not the only possible bad omen. The Wolverine State was christened by the owner of the company's daughter, Bessie Shores, and named for her sister, Adella Shores. Since the family was staunchly opposed to alcohol, a bottle of water was used instead of wine or champagne. But water has historically been used to christen many ships in the past, so I'll let you decide whether or not this counts as an adequate offering to the gods of the sea. By July 17, 1894, the Adella Shores was completed. She was modestly sized, coming in at about 195 feet or just under 60 meters in length. Operated by a crew of 14, she was initially commanded by Captain James J. Carr. Almost immediately, the Adella Shores ran into trouble. On August 4th, on the return leg of her first run, she sailed into a major storm on Lake Superior. The massive waves and fierce wind swept 75,000 board feet of lumber from her deck, and the vessel soon began to flood. But Captain Carr managed to ride out the storm. He later remarked that the ship's machinery performed well. She was quickly repaired and returned to service. But only a month later, she ran into trouble once again. On September 14th, while sailing from Chicago to Ashland to pick up a load of lumber, she ran aground on the Skilly-Gully Reef near the Straits of Mackinac on Lake Michigan. She was towing a barge called the Constitution at the time, but they managed to avoid the reef and sailed to safety. No one was injured, and the crew was soon rescued. but the Adella Shores was gravely damaged. Initially, it was thought that the ship would be a total loss, but once again, she was refloated, repaired, and returned to service. By the end of the 1800s, the lumber industry was all but over in the region, and the Adella Shores only spent 3 seasons with her original owners. She was soon sold to the Neff Transportation Company and began carrying various other cargo throughout the lakes. In 1905, Captain Samuel Holmes took command of the ship, and he went with her in the winter of 1908 when she was sold one last time to the Mannix Transportation Company of Cleveland, Ohio. But her time with her new owners would be tragically brief. Much is said about the November gales on the Great Lakes, but early season storms take a deadly toll of their own. In the spring of 1909, a series of brutal storms passed over the lakes, exacting a heavy toll. The Adella Shores was commanded by Captain Samuel Holmes, her master for the last 5 years. Holmes immigrated to the United States from Norway in 1890 at the age of 16. He immediately took to the lakes after arriving in the States, and gradually rose through the ranks before captaining his own ship. The 35-year-old captain was not just the ship's master. He was also a part owner as of her sale in the winter of 1908. Being a part owner, he had an even greater interest in getting his ship underway as soon as possible. So while conditions were less than ideal, with winter weather stretching well into the spring of 1909, Captain Holmes brought the Adella Shores out of her winter layup in Grand Haven, Michigan in April, and prepared her for what he hoped would be a prosperous season. By 1909, the lumber industry in the region had all but dried up, and the Adella Shores was used to carry a variety of bulk cargoes instead. On this voyage, she picked up 9,000 barrels of salt from Ludington, Michigan, and sailed north, bound for Duluth, Minnesota. Ordinarily, the heavy ice would have kept wooden-holed freighters in port for a few more weeks at least, but Captain Holmes was eager to get underway. As soon as reports indicated that a navigable path had been cleared by the larger and stronger steel-holed freighters, the Adella Shores began her voyage. This was risky, but Captain Holmes was confident in his ship. His brother Olaf served as his first mate, and there was no doubt a sense of optimism that this would be the start of a thriving family shipping business. At 1:15 p.m. on April 28th, the Adella Shores reached the Straits of Mackinac. The weather was decent, with clouds and a light east wind. Much to his relief, Captain Holmes found this leg of the voyage easygoing. The larger steel-holed freighters had indeed carved a path through the ice that the smaller Adella Shores easily followed. At 12:30 a.m. on April 19th, she passed through Sault Ste. Marie and entered Lake Superior. As they steamed into Whitefish Bay, they soon encountered the nearly brand new 603-foot Daniel J. Morrell. One of the largest freighters on the lakes at the time, the less than 3-year-old Morrell's size, power, and steel hull was much better suited to the icy conditions. Both ships were headed up Lake Superior, and Captain Holmes no doubt felt a sense of relief as he followed the path cleared by the Morrell. But his sense of relief would be short-lived. By 7:30 that evening, as the two ships rounded Whitefish Point, a heavy gale swept over Lake Superior, bringing growing swells, lashing winds, and heavy snow. On the Daniel J. Morrell, Captain Millen kept sight of the smaller ship following in their wake as he fought through the storm. But soon, visibility worsened. The Adella Shores seemed to be veering further to the west, perhaps seeking shelter closer to the shoreline. Now almost 2 miles behind the Morrell, the Adella Shores disappeared in the maelstrom. Captain Millen would be the last person to see the small wooden freighter for over 100 years. As a late April storm cleared, the 1909 shipping season began in earnest. Numerous ships set out for their first voyages as the ice began to thaw. By the morning of Tuesday, May 4th, the weather improved considerably. First Mate Spaulding of the wooden-hulled steamer Simon Langle had just begun his watch when he spotted something in the distance in the first light of dawn on Lake Superior. Soon, they were surrounded by wreckage. He called Captain Gill to the bridge, and the two men observed 50 to 100 small pieces of decking and part of a shattered skylight. They saw deck planks painted slate on one side and tarred on the other. It was clear that they were sailing through the gravesite of some unlucky ship, probably a wooden-hulled freighter similar to their own. Then Captain Gill pointed off to starboard and said, "Look at that." Spaulding looked to where the captain indicated and saw the broken pieces of a pilot house about 1,000 feet away. "That's the Adella Shores," remarked the captain. "I know it well." Spaulding agreed that it must have been the Shores. The Langle was 12 miles north-northeast of Grand Island. While it was initially hoped that the Adella Shores had grounded somewhere in the storm or sought shelter in some remote inlet, it was clear now that the freighter and the 14 souls on board were lost in the storm. Captain Millen of the Daniel J. Morrell thought that the small freighter was done in by a large slab of ice churned up by the storm. Her wooden hull would have easily caved under the force, and the Adella Shores likely went down fast. Numerous other ships soon reported debris over the coming days and weeks, but no bodies were ever found. The most haunting trace of the lost freighter was a roughly 20-foot square of decking. A single oar bearing the name Adella Shores was lodged into the makeshift raft and probably used as a rudder. While the raft's occupant was long gone, his coat remained. A Union card belonging to able seaman Peter Olson was found in the breast pocket. What exactly happened to Olson and the 13 other men on board that night remained a mystery, and the tragedy of the Adella Shores soon faded from memory. One of the many victims of Lake Superior's fury. But then in the summer of 2021, Director of Marine Operations of the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Society, Daryl Ertel and his brother were using side-scan sonar to run grids on Lake Superior when they came across a large object resting on the lakebed. Ertel knew the story of the Adella Shores, and the moment he measured the wreck and observed its design, he knew that it must be the long-lost freighter. Further analysis of the wreck confirmed its identity. The finding was announced in May of 2024. Ertel's work and the efforts of the Great Lakes Shipwreck Historical Society offer a poignant look at the long-forgotten freighter. Her story is being told once again. While the last moments of Captain Holmes and his crew remain a mystery, we finally know their last resting place. On the night of November 18, 1958, Bob Belmore, crewman on the limestone carrier Cedarville, listened anxiously for news of their fleet mate, the Carl D. Bradley, where his brother Doug served as a porter. Both the Cedarville and the Bradley were due in the port of Calcite that night, and both were fighting the same violent storm. Only one would survive. All but two on board the Bradley, including Bob's brother Doug, would lose their lives that night. A few years later, in 1964, one of the Bradley survivors, Elmer Fleming, was scheduled to take command of the Cedarville. But only moments after stepping aboard, Elmer left the ship for good. He would never sail again. Only 1 year later, the Cedarville would meet her own tragic fate. In 1927, the Great Lakes Engineering Works shipyard in River Rouge, Michigan, the same yard that would build the Edmund Fitzgerald 30 years later, was commissioned to build a new bulk carrier for the Pittsburgh Steamship Company, a subsidiary of the United States Steel Corporation. Labeled Hull number 255, the new freighter was designed to carry iron ore. She wouldn't be the largest on the lakes, but she would come close, with a length of 603.9 feet or 184 meters, and a beam of 60.2 feet or 18.3 meters. Launched on April 9, 1927, she was originally named the A.F. Harvey. The Harvey was nearly identical to several of the bulk carriers that entered service at around the same time. She was equipped with large box-shaped cargo holds designed to efficiently deliver iron ore to steel mills. Her power was generated by 3 coal-fired Scotch marine boilers that fed a single triple expansion engine that could achieve 2,200 horsepower. She was operated by a crew of 35. The A.F. Harvey entered service in May 1927, but only a year into her career she ran into trouble near Detroit, Michigan. Shrouded in heavy fog, she collided with the whaleback steamer John Erickson. While damage to the Harvey appeared minimal, the Erickson had to be beached to prevent the ship from sinking. The Harvey was able to reach Detroit under her own power. Repairs were made, and she was soon returned to service. The Erickson was also refloated and repaired. She was briefly re-registered to the home port of New York, though she never left the Great Lakes. In 1956, she was transferred to the Bradley Transportation Fleet, part of the Michigan Limestone Division of U.S. Steel. Her registry was returned to the port of Duluth, Minnesota, though she operated out of Rogers City, Michigan. During her winter layup at the end of 1956, she underwent a major overhaul at the Defoe Shipbuilding Company in Bay City, Michigan. This refit converted her from an iron ore carrier to a self-unloading limestone and coal carrier. Her cargo holds were equipped with a new hopper bottom and 2 conveyor belts that ran the length of the ship. These would carry stone to a forward-mounted bucket elevator that lifted materials to a 250-foot self-loading boom mount just aft of her forward cabins. While this equipment reduced her overall cargo capacity, it made her significantly more efficient and versatile, able to deliver cargo pretty much anywhere without the need for costly and slow shore-based unloading equipment. As part of the refit, she was painted gray to match the Bradley Fleet livery and renamed Cedarville after the port in Michigan. The Cedarville was also equipped with a modern new funnel. She re-entered service at the start of the 1957 season and operated alongside her new fleetmate, the slightly larger Carl D. Bradley. Elmer Fleming's unexpected departure from the Cedarville on March 27, 1964 reshuffled the ship's deck crew. First mate Martin Joppich, a sailor with 18 years of experience on the Great Lakes, was elevated to captain. While Joppich was liked by his crew, some found his sudden promotion a mystery. An even greater mystery is why exactly Fleming left the ship that day. Some believe that the foul weather at the time triggered the trauma that he experienced when the Bradley went down years before. While he had been to sea since, the disaster left him with a nervous disposition. Who wouldn't after surviving what he did? Maybe there was something about the Cedarville that didn't feel right. Either way, the ship's new captain assumed command and completed the season. In October, Joppich grounded the ship in the St. Mary's River. The ship required dry docking to patch the damage. By the start of the 1965 season, it was clear to the crew of the Cedarville that her hull was rapidly aging. As far back as the spring of 1961, a Coast Guard inspection found serious deterioration of her hull plating and ordered replacements of the affected areas, starting 80 feet aft of the bow on both sides. Her hull was made up of 3/8-inch steel plating. These plates proved susceptible to corrosion, causing thinning, pitting, and other signs of weakness. Because the cost of the repairs ordered by the Coast Guard would exceed $124,000 and could potentially disrupt the Cedarville's busy schedule, the previous captain requested permission to delay the repairs until a more convenient time. The request was granted, and the work was put off. Officials from Lloyd's Register of Shipping subsequently pushed the Bradley Transportation Company to invest in the repairs after urging from the ship's insurance underwriters. But these repairs were pushed off indefinitely. Even when the Cedarville was dry docked after grounding in October 1964, the company refused to invest in replacing her weakened hull plates. In 1961, the ship was reboilered, improving her efficiency and slightly increasing her power. This was the last major work done on the ship before the 1965 season. Captain Joppich and his crew were well aware that the 40-year-old ship was showing her age. But these issues were easy to ignore. These ships were strong, and experienced captains prided themselves on pushing them to their limit. The Bradley Transportation Fleet was responsible for delivering limestone to the vast U.S. steel empire, a vital ingredient in steelmaking used to remove impurities during the blast process. Captains in the fleet were given extremely optimistic schedules and tonnage requirements with no regard for weather or the complications of operating an aging ship. While it was ultimately up to the captain to keep his crew safe and decide if they left port, it was clear that missed deadlines, low tonnage numbers, and costly maintenance work could end a master's career with the company. The culture of prioritizing profits over safety was pervasive on the lakes and continued well after even high-profile losses like the Carl D. Bradley and the Daniel J. Morrell. So while Captain Joppich, still a relatively new captain in the fleet, probably would have preferred new hull plating, he decided that the ship was seaworthy, and the Cedarville began the 1965 season with a hefty increase in the tonnage required by the company that year. But the weather didn't care about U.S. Steel's limestone quotas, and a cold front soon swept through the region. The recently cleared Straits of Mackinac rose over, and despite Captain Joppich's efforts, the Cedarville found herself iced in. She would have to wait until April 1965 when the weather began to finally cooperate to truly get the season underway. After a handful of successful runs, Captain Joppich relaxed a bit, but the pressure to keep up was ever present, and no doubt played a constant role in his mind.
Now more than ever, it is important to bring together quickly and efficiently the jobs to be done and the men and women who can do them.
In April 1965, another vessel half a world away left Denmark bound for the American Great Lakes by way of the St. Lawrence Seaway. Commanded by Captain Rasmus Hoagland, the 6-year-old MV Topdalsfjord was constructed in Gothenburg, Sweden, and operated by a Norwegian shipping company. The 6,000-ton, 423-foot, or 129-meter-long cargo ship was built to withstand the fury of the North Atlantic and the brutal North Sea. Her bow was reinforced to break through ice, and she was powered by a single diesel engine that could achieve 6,500 horsepower. Her 5 cargo holds were loaded with European goods bound for Canada and the United States, and she was scheduled to return to her home port of Oslo, Norway, with a load of grain from Chicago and Port Arthur. Opened in April 1959, the St. Lawrence Seaway allowed ships with drafts as deep as 26.9 feet or 8.2 meters to operate between the Great Lakes and the Atlantic Ocean, giving access to much larger ocean-going vessels. The Topdalsfjord arrived in the Great Lakes in mid-April 1965 after battling a series of squalls on the North Atlantic. She would spend the next few weeks navigating the series of congested locks and waterways that connected the Great Lakes as she unloaded her cargo and prepared for her return voyage. By the morning of May 7th, she was sailing up Lake Michigan bound for Port Arthur, Ontario. The night before, a heavy fog had set in over the Straits of Mackinac, reducing visibility to only a few hundred feet. so dense that captains of the long lake freighters couldn't even see the aft ends of their ships as they made their way through the fog. Captains had to rely on their radios, radar, and the rules of the sea, as well as their senses as they listened for foghorns in the Erie abyss. Still, they plowed forward, anxious to keep on schedule. The Topdalsfjord was no different as she sailed east. Captain Hoagland monitored the situation closely, manually operating the ship's fog whistle himself, letting out 3 short blasts at regular intervals in keeping with Great Lakes regulations as they neared the shadowy outline of the Mackinac Bridge that loomed somewhere in the fog. At the end of each school year, recruiters from the Bradley Transportation Company would visit Rogers City High School looking to sign new crew members for their Great Lakes fleet. For young graduates who couldn't afford or didn't have the grades or desire to attend college, a job on the lakes could be a pretty solid gig. Room and board were provided during voyages, there was plenty of time off, and the pay was decent. Many young men would spend a couple of years on the lakes while they saved up money and planned the next chapter of their lives. For others, it was the start of a lifelong career. When Dave Erickson graduated in 1959, he signed on with the shipping company. New crew members were placed wherever they were needed, and for the first couple of years, Dave moved around from the deck crew to the engine room. He eventually realized that off-duty weeks tended to be more consistent for galley crews, and a few years into his career he became a porter on the Cedarville. His job involved tending to the captain's and chief engineer's room, the officer's dining room, and helping prepare meals. Before dawn on May 7, 1965, Dave reported to the Cedarville in Rogers City, Michigan. The ship was scheduled to carry 14,411 tons of open hearth limestone to Gary, Indiana. The ship left port at 5 a.m., giving Dave some time before his shift started at 7, so he went to his bunk and took a quick nap. The mood on board was cheerful. The crew loved overnight breaks in their home port where they could spend the evening with friends and family. After a quick breakfast, Dave headed to the captain's cabin to begin his shift. As he headed forward, the fog was so thick that he couldn't see the other end of the 600-foot ship. The foghorn blared at regular intervals. It was cold, around 41 degrees Fahrenheit. As he finished his work up front, he headed back aft to help in the galley. He could hear the foghorns of other ships as they neared the straits. The ship had a vegetable bin on the port side of the main deck, just outside the galley. Dave stepped out to get some potatoes when another porter, Jerome Kersick, said, "Hey Dave, look at this." Dave joined him at the railing and looked out to where Jerome pointed near the bow of the ship. A dark mass loomed in the fog, heading straight for the ship. The Cedarville let out a long blast just as the ship emerged from the fog and slammed into their port side. Dave didn't remember much noise from the collision, only that the ship shuddered like it had been struck by a large wave. The ship's bow remained lodged in their side as the Cedarville continued forward. Dave and Jerome watched for a moment, and then realized that they should go below and grab their life jacket. They shared a cabin and quickly got prepared as the ship's warning alarm began blaring. Dave then went to the cabins around him to make sure that no one was sleeping. As he returned to the deck, he heard the sound of the other ship finally break free and scrape along the side of the Cedarville. It passed so close that he could almost reach out and touch it, before it once again disappeared into the fog. He briefly visited his boss to tell him what happened before heading forward to get a better look at the damage. Some of the railing and deck plates were buckled, but most of the damage seemed to be below the waterline. He could hear water rushing into the ship beneath him. The deck crew lowered an emergency collision tarpaulin over the damaged area to try and slow the flooding, but the hole was too large and the tarp was almost immediately sucked into the ship. A port list was developing, and water was pumped into the starboard ballast tanks to level out the ship. But it was clear to Dave and the rest of the crew that the Cedarville was in serious danger. The order was given to begin preparing the lifeboats while the captain made an attempt to beach the ship. Dave reported to his assigned station at lifeboat number 1 on the starboard side, and helped uncover and lower the boat to the main deck. He looked to the bow, barely visible in the fog. The forward decks were already awash, and the ship was beginning to lift to starboard. Some of the starboard ballast tanks were venting water. Cedarville was already making her final plunge. The crew remained calm but moved urgently as the bow pushed below the waves and the ship rolled further to starboard. Dave jumped into the lifeboat, joining several of his crewmates. But as soon as he got into the boat, he heard shouts that it wouldn't release from the falls. In a split-second decision, he jumped into the water just as the ship abruptly capsized, rolling on top of the boat and the crew members inside it. In the water, Dave felt the shudder as the Cedarville's bow hit the lake bed and the roar of her limestone cargo spilling out of the ship. After what felt like an eternity, he finally made it to the surface. The cold water made it hard to catch his breath. He looked for the ship, but he only saw about 150 feet of the bottom of her hull. He saw the portside lifeboat, still attached to the capsized ship. Another crewman desperately banged at its releases with an oar, finally releasing the boat just as the Cedarville disappeared beneath the waves. As he watched his ship vanish in the churning lake, the reality of what just happened set in. Dave was cold and numb, held up by just his life jacket. He could hear the sounds of foghorns from other ships in the distance. He heard men screaming for help all around him. Finally, he saw a life raft and swam toward it. The men on the raft helped lift him out of the water. He was already too weak to pull himself up. Once he was on the raft, he tried to warm himself up. His crewmates threw ropes in the water and helped others climb aboard the raft. Enveloped by the surreal soup of fog, the men waited. On the bridge that morning, Captain Joppich commanded the Cedarville as they sailed for the Straits of Mackinac. Visibility was about as bad as it could get, but the ship continued forward with the help of RCA radar and a radio direction finder to help establish a position. The ship was also equipped with a gyro compass and a standard radio telephone that was manned by the captain. All of the navigation, communication, and operating equipment was in working order. While visibility progressively worsened since leaving Calcite, Cedarville continued up Lake Huron at full speed, approximately 11.7 miles per hour. As they neared the Mackinac Bridge, Captain Joppich established contact with the downbound Benson Ford. A passing arrangement was verbally agreed upon, and the two ships safely passed about half a mile apart from each other. The fog at the time was so thick that none of the Cedarville's lookouts could see the Benson Ford as they passed. About 3 or 4 miles from the Mackinac Bridge, Captain Joppich made radio contact with a German vessel called the Weissenberg, and verbally established a port-to-port passing agreement with her captain Werner May. As the Weissenberg passed under the bridge, Captain May warned them that there was a Norwegian vessel not far ahead of them, heading for the Cedarville. Captain Joppich tried to contact the ship, but he was unsuccessful. Third mate Charles Cook, who watched the radar screen, warned that the other ship was getting closer. Accounts of what happened on the bridge over the next few minutes differ. Captain Joppich would later claim that he had already reduced his speed to slow ahead, but there's no other record of this, and others on the bridge at the time, including wheelsman Leonard Gabriziak, maintained that the ship was only reduced to half speed after failing to make contact with the Norwegian vessel. They could now clearly hear the other ship's fog whistle on the Cedarville. As the range between the two ships decreased, Captain Joppich ordered a change in course, turning to the right. But the other ship continued forward. He then let out one long blast to signal a port-to-port passing. Tension mounted as the captain continued trying to reach the other ship by radio. Then, the lookout stationed on the port bridge wing shouted out, "There she is." Another lookout stationed on the bow saw her too as the ship emerged from the fog. He shouted half a block away. By then, wheelsman Gabriziak could see her too, only about 100 feet ahead of them and closing in fast. Captain Joppich immediately ordered slow ahead. Just as he issued the order, Charles Cook shouted, "Captain, we're going to hit." In a last-ditch effort to avoid the collision, Joppich ordered full ahead and a hard right turn. But it was too late. On the Topdalsfjord, Captain Hoagland sailed at a reduced speed as the distance between the two ships closed. He maintained his heading and ordered his engines dead slow, only about 3 or 4 knots. They could hear the other ship's fog signals ahead of them. It appeared that they would pass on their starboard side. Captain Hoagland stood outside the wheelhouse door on his starboard bridge wing when he heard the long blast of a ship's whistle. Suddenly, the Cedarville appeared in the fog, only about 250 feet away, passing right in front of them. Hoagland ordered his engines reversed, but again, it was too late. The reinforced bow of the Topdalsfjord sliced into the Cedarville at an almost perfect right angle on her port side at her number 7 hatch at 9:55 on the morning of May 7, 1965. Her bow remained lodged in the ship for a few moments before the Cedarville's forward momentum pulled the two ships apart. The Cedarville then disappeared into the fog. Despite her damaged bow, the Topdalsfjord's crew was unharmed, and the ship was not in any serious danger of sinking. Her 2 lifeboats were launched to search for survivors, but no one was found. After a few hours, it was confirmed that other ships were able to aid the Cedarville, and the damaged Norwegian ship sailed to Sault Ste. Marie. They were lucky. The true horror transpired only a few hundred feet away in the fog. It was clear to Captain Joppich that the damage to his ship was serious, but in the moments after the collision, he felt that it was possible to save the Cedarville. He ordered the engine stopped and sounded a general alarm, then radioed a mayday message and dropped the ship's port anchor. The accident was reported to the Mackinac Island Coast Guard Station and the nearby Weissenberg. Soon, Captain Joppich learned that the ship was taking on a tremendous amount of water, and the emergency collision tarpaulin failed to slow the flooding. He then ordered all crew not assisting in the engine room or bridge to report to their muster stations and prepare the lifeboats. Then Captain Joppich decided that he would make a run for it and try to beach the sinking ship. The anchor was raised and the engines were ordered full ahead. The starboard ballast tanks were filled to try to even out the list. But instead of heading for a closer beach or shoal, Captain Joppich set his sights on Mackinac City. Third mate Charles Cook quickly plotted a course that would prove both wrong and hopelessly over-optimistic. The nearest shallow, Graham Shoal, was only about 1 mile away and perhaps reachable, while Old Mackinac Point was an out-of-reach 2.2 miles away. The forward motion only pushed the Cedarville's bow deeper, and it was abundantly clear that the ship would be gone in only a matter of minutes. Still, no order to abandon the ship was ever given. Soon the Cedarville began listing to starboard as her bow plunged deeper. Leonard Gabriziak was the only one on the bridge to don a life jacket immediately after the collision. As he escaped the flooding ship, he saw third mate Charles Cook struggling to put his life jacket on. He lost sight of him when the ship heeled over. Charles Cook's body was never found. Captain Joppich was pulled from the water, clinging to his life jacket. Immediately after receiving the Cedarville's distress calls, Captain May on the German freighter Weissenberg followed the ailing ship closely. While they could not see the ship go down in the fog, they knew what happened when the Cedarville disappeared from their radar screen, and they immediately launched their lifeboats to search for survivors. Dave Erickson's raft was soon pulled alongside the Weissenberg. The German crew helped them aboard and immediately gave the men blankets and warm clothing, as well as hot coffee and tea. As Dave warmed up and regained his senses, he saw the German sailors performing CPR on some of his fellow crew members. 2 would die on the Weissenberg from shock and hypothermia. Out of the 35 crew members on the Cedarville, 10 lost their lives. All but 1 of the engine crew on duty at the time went down with the ship. The survivors were soon transferred to the Coast Guard cutter Mackinac and brought to local hospitals. Dave was treated for his injuries and then driven home to Rogers City, where he was reunited with his wife and 2 children. He and his fellow survivors spent the rest of their lives trying to understand what happened that day. In the immediate aftermath of the sinking, U.S. Steel went into overdrive to protect its reputation after yet another one of its ships met an untimely end. The loss of the Carl D. Bradley was still fresh in people's memory, and another accident blamed on poor maintenance could prove costly. Fortunately for them, the aging, underpowered, poorly designed ship, along with their lack of a safety culture, was easily overshadowed by the actions of Captain Joppich. While U.S. Steel initially tried to blame the accident on the crew of the Topdalsfjord, an investigation by the United States Coast Guard quickly turned its focus to what happened on the Cedarville. U.S. Steel's lawyer attempted to invoke the Fifth Amendment or the right to remain silent on behalf of Captain Joppich, but a federal judge ruled that the plea did not apply under maritime law, and the captain had to submit to questioning. His testimony not only contradicted the testimony given by other surviving crew members, but he also contradicted what was recorded in the ship's logs and other documentation. The inquiry found his testimony to be self-serving and largely false. Ultimately, it was ruled that Captain Hoagland and the Topdalsfjord operated with reasonable caution given the conditions, by reducing their speed and observing established maritime passing rules. Blame for the accident and loss of life fell on Captain Joppich, and he eventually pleaded guilty to the charges against his master's license. It was determined that the Cedarville, moving at her top speed, was sailing far too fast given the low visibility and volume of ship traffic. Captain Joppich failed to establish a radar plot or follow established track lines, despite ample warning over radio, radar, and through fog signals that another ship was approaching. Once the collision occurred, Captain Joppich failed to realize the gravity of the situation, and while his attention to ground the ship was reasonable, he failed to establish their position and plot a course to the nearest shallow. He squandered those critical moments when he might have been able to save all of his crew and his ship. Perhaps most damning, he failed to issue an order to abandon ship. Nearly all of his engine crew remained at their stations long after it was abundantly clear that the ship was doomed. Though he avoided criminal liability, Captain Joppich was stripped of his master's license. He would never sail again. Questions remain over the level to which U.S. Steel and its culture of profits over safety at the time contributed to the disaster. Many victims' families maintained that the company created an unsafe work environment and questioned whether Joppich was ever fit to serve as a captain in the first place. Legal battles over liability stretched on for years. The inquiry also determined that the crew of the Weissenberg acted heroically. Captain May remained in the area even after Captain Joppich declined his help immediately after the collision. They acted quickly to get men out of the water as soon as possible. With the low visibility and cold temperatures, it's all but certain that the death toll would have been significantly higher if not for their actions. But in the end, the Cedarville became just another casualty of the lakes, overshadowed by greater horrors. The wreck lies upside down on the bed of Lake Huron, a popular, albeit dangerous diving site, a ghostly reminder of the risks sailors take every day to move our world forward. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this one, support the channel with a like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already. I'd like to give a special shout out to my supporters on Patreon and my channel members. Their support helps keep the channel afloat. Alright crew, that's all I've got. Until the next one, be nice to people.